How are we looking? Final one. Okay. Still all right. Oh shit. Yeah, it's me. The mic is hot. I can hear Robbie coming. I think I might be in trouble. Robbie.
Good evening and welcome to EGI 2, everybody. Just want to make sure that everyone can hear me at this moment right now because we've had some issues with the sound today. Hopefully we got a hype train incoming. Hey, we're gonna we'll do the intro first, but first we got to deal with the hype train. Everybody, make sure to press all your buttons. Everybody, make sure to get the hype train up to. It's at 62% with 440.39. 62%, and the hype train is level 1 hype train. This is the beginning of the show. This is the EGI 2 Stream 4 hype train, the first hype train of the evening. Get your bits to get to the next level. There's 427, 426. We're still at 62%. We're having a great time already. This is a holiday magic is in the air. We're having all of our dreams come true. We've told to people that we love Hype Train is $97.99, 100%. We got Hype Train level 1, Hype Train level 2 is coming through. And you've told everybody that you love exactly what you want for Christmas. And if you didn't tell anyone you love that you want something for Christmas, well, maybe there's still Christmas presents underneath the tree for you. This is the EGI2 Stream 4 Holiday Extravaganza. We are at level 1 in the Hype Train. I'm still not 100% sure what that means. I keep meaning to look it up, but I never actually get around to it. But here we are, and we are in the situation. I just want to shout out to everybody who's here early for this very special evening. I especially want to shout out to everybody who was on time, including our guest of the night, Stephen Kick, who's the founder of Nightdive Studios, and we are going to be getting into a wonderful extended interview with him. We're very excited for Stephen Kick to be here. Very excited for any number of things. You like the hat? Glad you like the hat. It's a green hat, so there's some issues with seeing all aspects of the hat, but that's just the holiday magic at work. There's nothing better. This is the best time of year. This is the happiest time of year. Everybody is looking back at the year that they had, and they are hoping that this is we're at level 2, 90% Hype Train. I can't believe that this is a real platform that people use constantly. It doesn't make any sense. There's so many buttons. There's so many things that are happening. It's impossible to keep track of everything all at once. I just want to make sure that everyone can hear me properly, that everyone can hear the music properly. It says, please turn up the Robbie and please turn down the music. So I'm going to go ahead and walk over to the mute, Is that enough? Is that loud enough for people? Are people hearing me properly? Are people hearing everything properly? Music is too loud. Music is too loud, they're saying. So we're going to go over to the OBS studio, running all of the tech myself this evening. It's going to be 4 hours long, and we are doing this. I wasn't lying to you when I said I was going to be doing this for 4 hours, and here we are. We're in it together, and we're trying to turn down the music, and now I'm getting peaks on the levels. I can't do anything about that at this moment. How's it sound now in the chat? This is truly an extravaganza, says Turbo, and we're in this together. Everybody's helping out. Allan isn't here yet, but we're going to forgive him for that, because I have a very special announcement tonight that Allan and I have come to a detente, and we are going to be dealing with a lot of the issues that we've put all the issues that we've had in the past on the table in terms of the payment structure for EGI2. And I think that Allan is going to have a big surprise when he walks in here, 15 minutes late, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone outside and in between. There is music is still too loud, says Perlane. Perlane's in the chat. Let's give a shout out to Perlane for telling me that the music was too loud. Somewhere around here is a button that turns down the music. Still not 100% sure where that is. Gonna walk over to we have 2 mixers apparently. We have 2 wonderful mixers going into the the red box, the scarlet box. It's all happening. It's all here. This is the mixer. I'm looking at the mixer right now. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just checking in, this is EGI2 stream number 4. We're running the tech from the desk. We're running the tech from the host's desk and besides.
Talk about Shadowlock tonight? Is that a thing?
This is a great. Stephen Kick is here. Everyone say hello. Say hello to Stephen. Stephen Kick is here. There he is. Everyone say hi. This is just in. Stephen Kick has just arrived. Breaking news: Stephen King is in the interview camera. He's ready to go. We're so happy to have him here, but the music is still too loud. So we're still gonna try. We're gonna walk around until we find the music. I'm gonna press all the buttons. Find the right. We're gonna see how it works. There's nothing. I'm looking at so many different things. I can't even tell you. There's so many dials. There's so many chords. Everything is running together in one incredibly convoluted. No, that's not it. Okay, we're still too loud in the chat. We'll just pause the music. Just pause the music. They're drowning in the music. They say in the chat. Steven, what do you think about that? Have you ever been on a?
This is my first time. talk about Shadowhawk? Somebody mentioned Shadowhawk and I got very excited. Am I still here? Robbie, they can't hear you. I'm not sure if you can hear me. Hey, they can hear me. I'm the host now. I can read chat. Can you still hear me? I don't know the status of anything right now. I'm in a black box. That's me. I'm typing. Cannot hear Steven. See, I'm getting a lot of mixed messages. So, yeah, welcome to EGI 2, where apparently the words and letters don't mean anything and you leave it as a number.
Steven, take it away.
Yep, I'm here. This is exactly what I signed up for, so... Oh, okay. Alright, well, while we wait for Robbie to get back, I can read chat for a little bit. Can Galerians? I don't know what that is, but I'll make that for you. Ooh, favorite image comic. I'm very partial to Saga right now. Galerian. Okay. I really like Saga. It's a good comic. I'm reading a lot of Mike Mignola right now. Hellboy, BPRD. Yeah, I've been reading comic books every night. My favorite remaster? You know, I really like the Xbox Live Arcade remaster of Beyond Good and Evil. That was a really good one. It's probably one of the first really good ones that came out, but it's ancient now. Am I ever going to give you up, let you down, or desert you? Never. Never do that. Spawn's pretty good. Spawn is pretty good for Image Comics. What else did I finish reading? The new Transformers comic book by Skybound is really good. It's a good one. What game has the most swords in it? Sword Art Online. I'm 100% sure about that. Ultima 2 in 4K. No, I don't think they're going to remaster that anytime soon. Napoleon Blown Apart. That's a great name. Vague Plague. What's your tall deer statue thingy? Oh, that is a statue that was done by Pascal Blanche? No. I don't remember who did it. He did a cover for Heavy Metal. Oh, God. I wish I could remember his name. The game I want to remake least, Catherine Thundergloss, that would be Bad Rats 2. Did the meeting in Washington. Post Bunny, do you know me? Have you met me in Washington before? Oh my God, there's a lot of people in here. I knew that Robbie was going to do something like this. He was going to invite me to a stream, and then he was just going to abandon me here.
Hey everybody,
That's
it's
okay.
EGI2 Stream 4. If you're just joining us, this is EGI2 Stream 4. This is the beginning of the show. The previous part of the show was a test to see if people were committed to the EGI2 Stream 4 stream, and here we are. I just want to do a quick check in the chat that everything is so... I'm still pretty quiet, they're saying. They're saying I'm too quiet, Steven. Where in the name of the... Steven, can you hear, how about now? Louder.
I mean, you're fine for me, but
Sounds good.
I'm listening to you directly, not through Twitch.
They say I sound like I'm tiny and far away.
Fresca, the official drink of Nightdive Studios.
Check. How about this one?
Nobody else is talking about this.
Yes, no, that's true. Breaking news. No one else is talking about this. We're doing the show. Can people hear me now?
I'm louder now.
Wow.
Great.
So, Steven, this amazing thing is happening where there's apparently Twitch has the hype train, and the hype train has been going on this entire time, even though that no one can hear anything I'm saying except for you.
Oh, okay.
I swear to God that I am peaking all over. I'm peaking on my levels. I'm going to speak Scarlet Audio.
I mentioned Bad Rats too, and I think we've been cursed.
See, we used to have a whole team of people that helped us make the show, and now it's just Allan and me, and now it's just me, and you, Steven. So go ahead and take it away, Steven. EGI2 special host Steven Kick is in the EGI2 Stream 4, and people say they can hear me. People say they heard me. They're doing okay. We're doing okay. Wait a minute, something is happening. We're actually maybe making some progress.
I thought you were making up the hype train thing, but that's real.
That's a real thing, Steven.
It's real.
God Almighty, they keep adding things to this platform. There's so many goddamn things that I can't keep track of, but it does seem like the audio and the microphone is in fact getting better. Just tap the microphone a couple times. Quick check, and the hype train is real. Is the hype train went away? I guess we ran out of luck on the hype train. But big Robbie will get, if you send bits and subs, Robbie will get louder. It's not necessarily true, but it certainly would make me feel better, because even though that this has been quite a 75% volume, back to you, Steven. Vague Plague sounds good. Allan emojis in the chat. Everyone says we're good. Okay.
I have a giant stuffed isopod. Maybe that would help. I can hear you.
Hey everybody, this is Robbie Rackleff, and welcome to EGI2 Stream 4. We're doing it live. We're coming back to you for the third time. And if something goes wrong, don't believe that we won't. Don't believe that we don't believe. We might have to start the show for a fourth time, but believe me, this is going to be a long night. It's going to be 4 hours long, and we're going to get to so many things. I just want to say a quick shout out to everybody that stuck with got stuck with the show while I was working on the sound problems. I don't know what I'm doing. We decided to do the show despite not having the full staff in town, and so I wrote down all of the notes on how to make the show go good, and now it will. And now I think it goes good. And we have. Let me just think about what I was going to say. Merry Christmas, everybody, and happy holidays to all the people out there on twitch.tv/EGI_2. I want to give a quick announcement that we are going to be that Allan is still running about 10 minutes behind, so he'll be here any moment. And then James Trevor is in the chat, so everybody say hello to James Trevor. He's visiting his family in Alabama instead of being a part of the stream EGI2 stream 4, and which is why I thought that James should go home and visit his family, and in fact what he should have done was stay here and not visited his family and stayed here and worked for potentially some pizza and potentially nothing at all. But we have a big show to get to, so let's go ahead and say hello to our first and only guest of the evening. It's Stephen Kick of Nightdive Studios. Hello, Stephen.
Hello, Jerry. How's it going?
And we're it's interesting. It's an interesting thing that you call me Jerry, and I will say that I'm going to call you George.
Okay, yeah. How's it going?
Whatever, we'll roll with it. It's going to be a long night. So, Stephen, let's go ahead and do a quick two-shot. See me in the two-shot there? Great. So, Stephen, let's just say hello to you. It's been 3 years since we've spoken, somehow.
I think it's been longer than that.
Back to you, Stephen. I will be very happy to hear about how your life has been going, beyond just the what we'll obviously be needing to talk to in just a moment. But you're doing well. You're happy. You're healthy. Family's okay.
Yeah, everything's okay. Everything's all right. Family's still here, miraculously.
Family's still there. Still going strong. There's nothing. There's not like a great bog behind your house that's slowly causing the foundation to sink below you?
No, not yet, but we did have a serious rat infestation just recently, and that was a dark time.
What kind of rats are we talking about? We're talking about the friendly big chunky guys, or the scheming little skinny guys?
Oh, these were 1/1 creatures, the plague rats from Magic the Gathering,
or Plague Tale, or the Plague Tale series, of course. Let's not forget that wonderful series of games, the Plague Tale games, Plague Tale Requiem, and Plague Tale Innocence.
We basically had ourselves a mini Black Death. That's how I could describe
So they're all over the house. They're biting all the humans in the house. They're chewing all the wires. They're getting into the rafters. They're running through the walls. The rats in the walls, Stephen.
Oh, there you go. Yes. For the sake of the stream, I won't tell you the name of my cat. But yes, rats in the walls.
Well, thank you for that, Stephen. And I'm so glad that the rats were. I'm assuming that you were able to exterminate all of the rats in your house.
Just about. I don't think we've managed to land the king yet, but his reign of terror will end soon.
This just in: the breaking news is that the king is no one else is talking about the Rat King in Stephen King's house except for EGI2, and we are going to be reporting live on the death and the destruction of the Rat King as the night progresses. So that I'm guessing would mean that, Stephen, you are planning on hunting tonight. The hunt is on.
Yes, it's a nightly routine. We routinely go into the crawl space. We usually lose 1 or 2 people on this party, but that's just the reality of having to deal with a Rat King that lives in your crawl space.
So I want to guess if I can't just tap into the rat narrative a little a little bit. Is there a possibility? We've talked a little. We've talked a little bit about détente already tonight. Although I think that the microphone was probably a little bit too quiet for the when I said the word détente. But I did just learn the word détente because I read 2 books about the Cold War, and so I want to be saying it as much as possible, so I'd let people know that I know that word and what that word means. And so this is the crux of the question I have for you, Stephen, is that what is the likelihood of détente with the Rat King?
Can you define that word for me?
Détente is when you say, you be you, you be me, you be you, I'll be me, and let's just agree to disagree. But also, let's not start any more spy wars.
Well,
I mean, but maybe except like a couple.
Yeah, I don't know. We've been at war for probably at least 3 or 4 years now, so the chance of there being a détente, as you say, is pretty slim. But it is Christmas time. Perhaps there could be an exchange of gifts of some kind, or at least a ceasefire until the new year.
Well, it is Christmas time, and what a better time to announce that tonight's sponsor, of course, the EGI2 Stream 4 sponsor of this evening is, of course, Frame Gride, the Dreamcast Arena mech combat game with some card battling elements and medieval designs of the mecha suits, also known as frames. Stephen, have you played Frame Gride?
I haven't yet, but I recently heard that Twitch was going to be giving away exclusive Savage Dragon skins, so that just might pull me in.
This is Stephen Kick. No one else is talking about the Savage Dragon skins except for Stephen Kick. Stephen Kick, the EGI2 Stream 4 interview guest of the evening, has just announced that the Savage Dragon is coming to Twitch as skins. So if you're looking for skins, if you're looking for green skins, if you're looking for green mohawks, the Savage Dragon is your guy. There's 2 Savage Dragons, weren't there? Wasn't there a smaller one?
There's always a smaller Savage Dragon.
All right. Well, this no one else is talking about the Savage Dragon skins except for EGI2. So if you're somewhere else on Twitch, then find your way to twitch.tv/EGI_2. I think that's how it works. Is you just say the words over and over and over again, and the algorithm does the work for you. Am I correct in thinking that, Stephen? I mean, you're the Twitch expert over here.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no other way to go about it, and you're going about it. So yeah, you can trust me on that, being a Twitch expert.
Thank you for that, Stephen. And of course, this wouldn't be an EGI2 Stream 4 if we didn't have more announcements. And we do have one more announcement this evening, which is that, of course, we have a second sponsor for the EGI2 Stream 4. And Stephen, if I can just break you in onto the conversation with it we've been having with our sponsors. We don't actually have anyone who's paying us to do sponsorships. We're just piloting sponsorships on spec. You know, you're industry guys, so you probably know what spec means.
Yeah, we'll just keep saying that this particular stream is being sponsored by whoever we want, and there's nothing they can do about it.
If maybe you and the Rat King could do a spec détente.
A spec détente?
You don't have to answer that right now. Okay, so the next EGI2 sponsor, Stream 4 sponsor of the evening is, of course, Mini Gaming Desktops. If someone would like to send us a Mini Gaming Desktop, one of these customizable little things that run hot, but also run Cyberpunk at 60 frames per second at 1080p, we would love to have a Mini Gaming Desktop that costs around $800. Any number of them would be fine. This is EGI2 exclusive. No one else is talking about this. No one else is talking about mini PCs on EGI2 Stream 4 and how we don't have any right now, but if someone wanted to send us some, we could potentially be opening, we could be doing unboxing, we could be doing some kind of a test run. We could run emulators on it and then run a number of AAA more modern games on it, and then sell the mini gaming desktops after we finish.
You know, I got a Steam Deck that cost almost $800. It's almost the same thing, except for you can carry it around with you.
Right, but it's not quite the same thing because it doesn't have a skull on the side of it, does it, Steven?
No, I'm afraid it does not.
No, that's a kind of a crucial aspect of these mini gaming desktops. They all tend to have skulls on them because I think what they're trying to say is that these little guys are running hot. They're running Cyberpunk 2077 and the newest expansion, of course, Phantom Doctrine, Phantom Dust.
I feel foolish even bringing it up. Truly.
It's important to bring up sponsorships because we don't have any sponsorships quite yet, and we also don't have any money, so we don't get to do we don't get to pay anybody, which is one of the reasons why, of course, we are running the tech from the front desk this evening. Steven, we're half an hour into the show. We haven't even talked about a single one of your games that you've released this year, and I want to just say right off the bat that I great admirer of yours, great admirer of the work that you and your company and everybody that works for you has done since the founding of Nightdive Studios, starting with that. I think what was the first one I played from you guys was probably the System Shock. Or was it? Would you consider the System Shock 2 remaster, or was that what was that?
System Shock 2 was the very first game that Nightdive Studios re-released on GOG, Steam, and other PC-centric platforms back in 2013. So, yeah.
What would you consider
11 years ago?
Say it's so it was just a re-release, not a remaster, not a and not any sort of. You just had all the models, you had all the elements, you had all the engine stuff. There was no Kex engine in 2013, was there?
No, I mean there was barely even a Stephen Kick at that point in time. I had managed to get the rights because I wrote to an insurance company that somehow had the rights to the franchise after Looking Glass Studios went out of business, and they weren't doing anything with it. And I proposed to them that we just re-release the game as is so that people could play it again. And they agreed. And that's pretty much how Nightdive Studios was born.
And fast forward, of course, to 2023, and you've not only re-released the first System Shock, which I think a lot of people had given up for the Ghost, and they put it up. Added a bunch of polygons, added a bunch of real-time lighting effects, shined that sucker up, and put it up for $39.99.
Yes, $39.99.
For $39.99. What's the hour? How many hours are you gonna get out of that thing, Steven? The System Shock remaster.
Geez. Well, it depends on how difficult you make the game for yourself, because unlike every other game, you can choose multiple difficulty levels spanning across all kinds of different things in the game. So you can make the combat harder, you can make the hacking harder, you can make the narrative more a part of the experience, and all those will dynamically change the playtime.
So what's the upper level of the playtime, Steven? Like I'm a guy who I like to play these what do you call them? They're not these shock style games. I like to play them on hard. What's how many hours I'm looking at?
If you never played it before, you could probably look to be about 15 to 18 hours in.
15 to 18 hours. So that's about. That's it. We're looking at a little over $2 an hour if going by the spreadsheet. Of course, Steven, you remember the spreadsheet, don't you?
Oh yes, how could I forget?
Yeah. Okay. So this just in breaking news: Stephen Kick has announced that the spreadsheet that the cost per hour for System Shock Remaster is a little over $2 an hour. No one else is talking about this except for EGI2 Stream 4. Stephen Kick, you're on the hot spot right now. We're saying, how do we make up for that shortfall? How do we get that little over $2 down to $1 per gaming hour?
Well, speaking of spreadsheets, you know what I could throw in is a pirated copy of Microsoft Excel 97, which has a fun little mini game hidden inside of it, a flight sim, as a matter of fact. So, we could make up the difference there.
So you're talking about a free flight sim game, and how many? What are we talking about hours-wise for Microsoft Flight Simulator? That original flight simulator.
It's endless.
Endless.
You could play for all eternity as long as you had a computer and maybe a mini gaming computer with a skull on it could really make that $800 worth it.
Well, we're $800. Well, we don't count hardware on the spreadsheet, Stephen. I think once you start counting the hardware on the spreadsheet, then you start getting in a little bit of you find yourself in a pretty pickle. You're going to spend the rest of your life if you start adding hardware to the spreadsheet trying to get to $1 per 1 hour. So,
understood.
Again, Nightdive Studios has had a big year. I think we can all agree to say Nightdive Studios has in fact had one of the biggest years it's ever had, if not the biggest year. And one of the games that really got my attention, even though I was sort of assuming that it was coming down the pipe at some point, was Turok 3. I wonder if you can talk a little bit about the decision to get Turok 3 in there, what you did, what you would have done differently had you known in 2013 that young Stephen Kick coming out of the embryonic sac would be saying to current Stephen Kick, dried out, rat-infested Stephen Kick, about Turok 3, the Shadow of Oblivion.
You know what? My cover's blown. I am just 7 giant rats in a suit.
It's just in. Stephen King is the Rat King. Stephen Kick is the Rat King. Rat Kick. Rat Kick?
Yeah. Busted.
But all right, great.
Guilty.
We said it. So Stephen, all joking aside, we have to know because people are dying to know the process of getting because Turok 3 was one of the bigger remasters that you guys did. There was so much about that game that was janky, broken, and raw all over the place. It was a mess of a game, if I recall properly. So you get in there, you clean the sucker up. What's it like to you? What was it worth it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you said, it was an unmitigated disaster before we got our hands on it, and now it is quite playable and quite enjoyable if you enjoy such things. It's an N64 classic, but if you ever played it on the N64, you might not think so. It's basically an entire new game now, and we're just happy that people are getting to experience it for the first time, the way the developers probably hoped you would originally.
If you could have changed, this is the question that I always ask myself when I look at these remaster, and we ask ourselves the question: what would you change about the fundamentals of the game with Turok 3, if you could? Cody Fancy Pants does mention Rage Wars, and that's kind of where I'm leading at, Stephen. Of course, where's Rage Wars, son?
Where's Rage Wars indeed? Well, you may have noticed that we omitted multiplayer from Turok 3. And it's because people just don't play it. As much as we would have liked to include it, the amount of resources we would have had to spend on it would have been pretty substantial. However, there has been quite a clamor for Rage Wars, which is primarily a multiplayer game. So if everybody promises that they're going to play it, then maybe we'll do it. Can I get everybody to promise that right now on stream?
Alan?
Back to you,
Alan?
Back to you, Robbie. Please don't cut to my feed. I'm not here yet. Please continue the interview. Back to you.
So Alan's not here yet, so he can't answer the question if he's willing to play Rage Wars on a remastered version of Rage Wars. Now, if you were to here's my dream scenario is that Rage Wars was I had a lot of fun playing in multiplayer as a youngster, and I would love to the one thing that I wished is that it had a story mode. Are we talking about re-releasing Turok Rage Wars with a story mode? Stephen Kick, 1, 2, 3, go.
Perhaps. We have been discussing it internally because, as you may or may not know, we created a lot of tools for Turok 3 to be able to change the level layouts, the lighting, textures, models, pretty much anything that we would need to. And those tools would enable us to do new games as well, if that's what we wanted to do. We would, of course, be using the same engine, but we could possibly create a story mode for Rage Wars. It could happen.
Could happen. This is it. This just in, breaking news. No one else is talking about this. We have Stephen Kick from Nightdive Studios has announced that Turok Rage Wars will, in fact, include the Turok Rage Wars re-release by Nightdive Studios will, in fact, include a full story mode and, of course, a with a number of additions to the multiplayer. Modifiers for the multiplayer settings, including I would like to shout out to the rats. So we're going to be, because of the rats experience, you got to art imitates life, Steven. So put the rats in the Rage Wars, and I think that we've got ourselves a winner. So how much are we talking about? What are we? Is this a full 20? Is this a full $39.99 game? $19.99? $14.99? What are we talking? What's the pitch price?
What's your spreadsheet tell you?
My spreadsheet tells me $14.99 for Turok Rage Wars.
$14.99. Okay.
That's including a pretty bare bones story mode. No cutscenes. No, just stills. Just sad still models that just look at each other and have no mouths that move.
Okay. All right. $14.99. That's like our base price.
Right.
And then what would the price be if we had like a 300-hour campaign with full character create and Baldur's Gate 3 was just kind of in there too? What are we looking at?
So Turok Rage Wars, but with Baldur's Gate included in the main game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
As just sort of an option thing, sort of like when you put WADs in the Doom games.
Yeah, so you could be playing Rage Wars and then
just say, I don't want to play Rage Wars. I want to play Baldur's Gate 3.
Right. You hit a key on your keyboard or button on your gamepad, what have you, and now you're playing Baldur's Gate 3.
$49.99.
Okay. All right. That seems fair.
Steven, you've got a number of other games coming out in the coming months. The one that I think that most people are going to be the most excited about, including including the EGI2 Stream 4 audience, is of course the Dark Forces remaster.
Yes, it is. That's the game. That's what kind of propelled me to where I am today, to be on EGI2 Stream 4.
Exactly. EGI2 Stream 4, sponsored, of course, by FrameGride, the Dreamcast the mech arena combat game. If you played Virtual On, if you played RoboPit, then you probably played something very similar to FrameGride. And if you are a FrameGride publisher, if you own the FrameGride IP, then you can sign in. You can go to EGI. twitch.tv/EGI_2. Send us a message. Do they have direct messages on Twitch? And we will, of course, be happy to look at the offer and get right back to you. Or you could just send us a mini PC, mini gaming desktops that cost around $800. Another sponsor for this evening. So the EGI2 Stream 4 is back online, and we are talking about Dark Forces. The Nightdive remaster, Dark Forces, is coming out sometime in 2024, and we are so excited to be talking to Stephen Kick about the Dark Forces. Dark Forces was one of those games that my computer when I was a youngster would simply not run Dark Forces, so I never got to play Dark Forces until it came out later on the original PlayStation.
How unfortunate.
So you're saying that I missed something by playing it simply on the PlayStation. You're saying that I would have been beneficial if I had chucked the sucker out the window, went down to the local compact dealer, and gotten myself a full-bodied, actual tower, an actual one of those epic towers like the Dark Tower that actually plays the Dark Forces. Dark Forces, Dark Tower. No one else.
I think every PC tower case back then legally had to be off-white.
Absolutely, and you had to, of course, at least some elements had to be somewhat translucent on the case itself. You might have a handle there that maybe you could see like a little bit of the CD-ROM drive or some kind of it's always a compact, isn't it, Stephen?
Yeah, or a Hewlett-Packard. One or the other. I would really like to talk about the software that they used to pack in on those computers back then. Do you
Absolutely.
remember the free multimedia discs that would be included with those PC purchases.
Keep going.
Um,
You have the desk, Stephen. Take it away.
do you remember Mega Race? Did you ever play Mega Race?
Yes.
Or
Yes, I played Mega Race, and I played the. There was and I believe I also played Mega Race 2 on a compact in 1996.
could just not get enough of Mega Race.
Can't get enough of Mega Race. Can't get it. Really, just played it for the cutscenes. You know what I mean? There not much physics to mess around with in Mega Race, as I recall. It's pretty just flat go and no sliding or drifting.
No real
or anything
gameplay
like
either, if I recall. There just wasn't a lot there. This brings back another memory. I think the very, very first video I ever saw on a PC came with, gosh, was it Windows 95? There was a trailer for Rob Roy, the movie.
Rob Roy, of course, the fantastic Scottish hero of myth, and
Right.
played by none other than Irishman, Liam Neeson.
Is that true?
I mean, he played Rob Roy.
Did he?
And Jessica Lange was in it, and so was, I believe, the beautiful Jessica Lange. We've lost her too early, and we miss you, Jessica. And we must keep going on with this exciting interview about this is, of course, we are still talking about are we talking about the media discs, I believe, that came with Windows 95 PCs back in the 95 to 97 period, or are we talking about the Dark Forces remaster that's coming out? Is the Dark Forces remaster also going to be running on that Kex engine?
It is. It is going to be running on Kex. We were able to secure a lot of assets from Lucasfilm, and that enabled us to port the game to Kex. And it's incredible. It's everything I hoped it would be.
We're going to be adding some vehicle sections to Dark Forces the remaster, perhaps.
Mega Race crossover, yes. No, not in this game, I'm afraid. But if we were ever to do Shadows of the Empire, now that has some very compelling vehicle sections.
It's interesting that you say that, because you did announce earlier today that you had received the source code for an upcoming game that you have not released, that you have not talked about, that it's a secret. It's a secret, everybody. So are we gonna get the key to the box with the secret inside the box?
Not tonight. No, not tonight.
Sorry,
maybe next
everybody.
Christmas.
I thought I was going to be able to pin this sucker to the wall, but unfortunately, he's too feisty. The War with the Rat people have unfortunately solidified Stephen King as one of those great heroes of Eld, and he has withstood my great approach to tear him inside out, and to retrieve all of the pieces of all the secrets that inside of the human body, including guest of the show, Stephen Kick. Welcome to Stephen Kick from Nightdive Studios.
Say what you want, but rats are really, really good at keeping secrets, despite their namesake. I think we'd all agree that, calling somebody a rat would imply that, they were sly and mischievous and maybe not good at keeping secrets. But contrary to that, great at keeping secrets. You can tell them anything.
Breaking news: Allan is in studio at this moment. Allan Resnick is back in studio. The detente has succeeded, and we are back for EGI2 Stream 4 with both Stephen Kick and Allan Resnick.
I am back in studio. Can you hear me, Robbie? Can you hear me in the chat? Sound off in the chat if you can hear me, if I'm too hot. And I do have a big question for Nightdive Studios Stephen Kick, if he can hear me.
I can hear you, Allan. It's good to hear you.
I can hear you too. Back to you, Allan. You've got
Robbie.
questions for Stephen Kick. I've got questions for Stephen Kick. Let's go ahead and kick the questions to Stephen.
Stephen Kick, back to you, Stephen. I do have a big question for you, a big fan of you and all of your hard work. And I was wondering if there's any chance you could release remaster, re-release Baldur's Gate 3, but just the erotic scene, just the romantic scenes with the romancing. Those are the parts of games I'm interested in. I don't think a lot of your games have a lot of romance, and I was hoping you could just maybe release the romantic scenes from Baldur's Gate 3. Back to you, Stephen.
Yeah, as we discussed earlier, we were considering putting all of Baldur's Gate 3 within Rage Wars, but maybe we just take out all the fluff and we just leave, the erotic part.
I would definitely consider buying it if you took out all the fighting and exploring and looting and crafting and all that, and just stuck to the scenes in the camp where you're talking to your friends and companions in the camp, and you say, "Ooh, you can suck my blood, and I'll let you do it," and that sort of thing. That would be quite fun. Back to you, Stephen.
It would be fun. Back to you, Allan.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be back on EGI2. It's been the thrill of my life. The moments when I wasn't on EGI2, I was quite depressed and in a dark place. But Robbie has made amends with me, so I am happy to be back. Back to you, Robbie. Back to you, chat.
Back to you,
Stephen.
Allan. Back to you, Stephen Kick. We are coming. If you're just joining the show, we are EGI2 Stream 4. We're interviewing Stephen Kick live on EGI2 Stream 4. We are the founder and CEO, still CEO of Nightdive Studios.
Technically, I'm the studio head now.
Studio head, because you were absorbed, weren't you? You were taken into the great Shoggoth of Atari.
That is correct. Completely consumed.
Thy flesh consumed, and that, of course, being a reference to the wonderful difficulty setting for Doom, right?
No, that is a episode name, I believe.
That's the episode name of Blood?
No, it's still Doom. I think you got that
Doom.
one right.
Okay, so we're, this breaking news. Yeah. This just in. It's still just Doom. I got it wrong. I thought like Flesh Consumed was the difficulty setting. It was in fact one of the episodes in that classic game series, which of course Stephen Kick and Nightdive Studio has had their hands and fingers all over the Doom franchise.
Mm. Yeah,
what was it like to get your dirty little hands and fingers all over the Doom 64 remake?
Oh, it was wonderful. The timing was just right. I think that we had kind of proven to the upper echelons of gaming that we could handle something like that. And we were given the opportunity, and even more so, we were offered the ability to create a level that would connect both Doom 64 and Doom Eternal, which had just come out at the same time. And that was really special to the team to be able to have a part in creating Doom lore.
Since you have done the Doom lore at this point, what is your understanding of what the Doom story is, and see if you can talk about it for the next 5 minutes.
I've never played it. Couldn't tell you.
Thank you for that, Stephen Kick of Nightdive Studios. This just in, Allan has a chat has questions from the chat for Stephen Kick, or is it questions from Allan for Stephen Kick?
This is a question from Allan for Stephen Kick. I haven't been looking at the chat. I was questioning a technical question when you are remastering one of these old kind of weird games that Robbie likes. Is it hard to dig through the files? Do you get one of those plastic, cases with all the floppies, and you have to get the old? Do you have like a special way to convert floppies to like a more modern sort of CD and read the files? And are the files ever hard to open? That's just a technical question. Back to you, Stephen.
Yeah, actually, we've got some new team members that specialize in figuring out how to open up old files, because the file extensions are usually from some antiquated piece of software that hasn't existed since the early 60s. So we'll get these files, we'll run them through numerous bits of other software until something opens. And then we'll try to extract whatever is in there to the best of our ability. Sometimes it's fragmented, sometimes it's completely whole. But it's a time-consuming process, and it's very difficult, and I have nothing to do with it. I make somebody else do it.
It's interesting. So in a way, you're sort of like these docents in museums who they get these oil paintings, these old oil paintings of people with eating goose, and they the painting is dirty, and they'll have to get a Q-tip and sort of clean the veneer off the painting and say, oh, that's what it was. It was actually a painting of a demon spiking through a young boy or whatever it is. Thank you for your answer. It was very informative. Back to you, Robbie.
Oh, back to you, Allan. And of course, we're just gonna go ahead and Stephen, I have a number of questions for you, but I'd like to kind of I know your time is precious, so I think I'd just like to say the names of games and have you just say yes or no.
Let's do it.
Shogo.
Yes.
That's a breaking news. Shogo is a yes. No one else is talking about Shogo on EGI2 Stream 4. People, breaking news. Okay, great. So Shogo, what? Tell me a little bit about Shogo.
Shogo Mobile Armor Division was a first-person shooter / mech combat game released by Monolith Studios, published by Interplay, perhaps. Maybe Interplay published that one. Very graphic. One of the first Western video games in a anime style, I would say. Not played by many, loved by all who did. It's a definite yes for me.
Heretic 2.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And let's just go down the list then. Hexen, Heretic.
Oh, all the Hexen heretics.
What is it about those games that people haven't had their grubby little fingers and hands all over them yet?
I think that they were pretty overshadowed by Doom. They use the same engine, much different style. You're of course a heretic, running through maze-like corridors in a kind of a medieval style, shooting firebolts and magic out of your fingertips. The enemies are very spongy. I just recently replayed that on a vintage computer, and while it was pretty fun, it could probably use some balancing.
Well, that's an interesting thing because I recall that Hexen 64 it was. Of course, that was the way that I played it because, of course, as stated earlier, the PC at home was not up to snuff. It wasn't able to actually run Doom at all in the Windows setting. I had to just kind of cold boot the whole thing and then run it in DOS, Allan.
Oh, I remember DOS.
So, Hexen, Heretic 2, Hexen 64. You've been doing this thing that I find very interesting, where you take some of these games like Quake 2, and put the 64s into as optional campaigns within the game when you release it. What's the thinking behind all of that?
Well, it's pretty cool because I've never played a video game, but a lot of people have. And they really like the N64 version of these games, so we try to include them in the games that we put out, so that they can play them again. Is there Nintendo 64?
Is there something about it that some of the challenge that comes with taking one of these games that have been sort of retrofitted for a less powerful piece of hardware and placing it into the what I'm trying to get at here is it part of the sport of it? Are you doing this as a kind of a flex, Stephen?
Everything I do is a flex.
Allan, what do you think about that?
Flexing, going to the gym. Robbie's one of the strongest guys I know, and just being near him makes me feel strong as well. Have you ever considered remastering an old crappy movie instead of a game?
Yeah, actually, we did kind of get into that briefly. We worked with the H.P. Lovecraft Historical Society, and we licensed the rights to some of the independent films they made, like The Call of Cthulhu and The Whisper in the Darkness, which up to that point had not been available on any platforms, any streaming platforms. and they were difficult to get on DVD at the time. And we published them on Steam when they introduced their movie player, which failed miserably.
Wow.
But yeah, we tried. We tried to do that. I had other ambitions because I like really weird pervert movies, and they're hard to get.
Pornography.
Well, they're not. They're pornographic, but they're not pornos.
I don't. It's a distinction without a difference. I don't really understand the difference. If it's porno, it's pornography. It's pornography. It's porno.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I can't really argue that. I guess they are called pervert movies for a reason.
That's right.
Did you
That's
ever
right.
see the movie Castle Freak by any chance?
Robbie's seen Castle Freak.
I've seen Castle Freak many times, Stephen Kick, and I won't without going into a lot of without breaking a lot of rules that we've set up for ourselves. I will say that Castle Freak had a great deal of influence on me when writing another movie that ended with the word freak.
Interesting coincidence, isn't it?
Very interesting coincidence. We can't go into it right now because that's a completely separate but parallel universe that we have to deal with on that universe's own time. But we will just have said, having you said Castle Freak and having me said that what I have said, I will say that there is some news to that effect coming down the pipe very soon.
Well, I'm pleased to hear that. Is Jeffrey Combs going to be in it? Barbara Crampton, perhaps?
This has been a lot of fun. Stephen Kick, Allan, Resnick, we are of course coming in on the first hour of the show. I would like to go ahead and have the chat. If there's anything that they would like to ask for Stephen Kick, we are at this point unable to take phone calls during the interview session because of the amount of buttons that I have pressed. And as a result, the phones are down, but we will be picking the phones up later, but not while Stephen Kick is with us. And so if you have a question for Stephen Kick, if you have a question for Nightdive Studio, please do not hesitate to ask. This is your time. This is the hour. EGI2, Stream 4, Stephen Kick, Nightdive Studio, sponsored by, yes, you have heard it right. You've heard it before. You'll hear it again. Frame Gride and Mini Gaming PCs. If you would like to send us either if you'd like to send us signed copies from all the people at From Software of Frame Gride, or if you would like to send us mini PCs, then we would be happy to take them, show them off online, and then sell them later to pay for trips and other niceties that people that have paid work do have.
First question for Steven in the chat from Uncle Owen Rip. What is it like to talk to Allan and Robbie? Back to you, Steven. That's a great question.
That's a great question. It is quite a challenge at times because of the amount of technology that separates us as human beings.
Let him answer.
It's one of the highlights of my career. As you may have noticed, I am trying to keep a straight face, and I'm having a very difficult time doing so. You both light up my life and fill me with joy and wonder.
That is so sweet. Question for Stephen Kick. Grimm's_Awakening. Would you remaster the Guardian Legend?
Robbie, how do you pronounce that again? I messed it up the first time.
The Guardian Legend?
Remaster.
Remastering. We're talking about remastering because of the wonderful remaster that was done for the Red Faction Guerrilla for various modern platforms. And we talk about remastering. We talk about reframing. If people wanted to remaster the frame gride, that could be considered a reframe. If you wanted to talk about Guardians, you could could something be regarded? Regarding.
The Guardian Legend, the Nintendo Entertainment System game.
I don't know. I'm just the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger.
All right.
I have another question because that one we don't understand. Jovial Jellyfish, what is it like to remap N64 controls to contemporary controllers?
It feels good because suddenly the game is playable once it's on a modern controller, and it's a lot more fun. That isn't to say the N64 wasn't fun. It was pretty innovative at the time, but this is, just one of those things where you introduce the ability to look around and move at the same time using the sticks, as they say. And it's just it just makes it more fun. It's like playing a new game again.
Absolutely.
Alien Resurrection, yes or no?
Alien Trilogy, yes. Alien Resurrection, maybe.
Why maybe? Why, obviously, yes for Alien Trilogy, but why just a maybe on Alien Resurrection?
I've never played it. I don't know how good it is. Is it good?
No.
Is it a yes? Would you do it?
But you could do it.
I mean, we maybe we could.
You could make it good.
We could. It could be good.
Disruptor, yes or no?
Oh yeah, I just got that on PlayStation 1 at the Portland Retro Game Expo. Actually,
no one else is talking about this. No one else is talking about Disruptor for the PlayStation being remastered by the Kex engine, for the Kex in the Kex engine by, of course, none other than Mr. Nightdive himself, Stephen Kick.
Was that a Insomniac game? Didn't they develop that?
It was an Insomniac game for the original PlayStation. I do believe that it had fully 3D environments with still. Alan, what's the word when you have a still? We have a still image in a 3D environment.
Photograph.
Back to you, Stephen.
That would be really cool. I wonder if the source code for that game was leaked along with Spider-Man 3.
Spider-Man 3, the source code was leaked for Spider-Man 3?
I mean, I don't know what was leaked. I don't look at leaks. I'm no rat. But literally, I'm a rat.
Alan, Stephen King is talking about rats. He's talking about Spider-Man leaks. What's going on? What are people on the street saying about all of this? On the streets,
they're saying there was a big, massive leak of game information from Insomniac Studios, Wolverine, Spider-Man, and they showed gameplay and they released the plot and they told information about the employees, where they live and whatnot. So don't do that. Don't dox the employees. So don't leak.
Well, I think what we've learned from this experience with the release of with the data release, of course, like rats in the streets, is that is important. If you find a data release, just look away. If you find something you're not supposed to be looking at, just look away, and it'll just go away. Isn't that right, Alan?
When I was a little kid, there was the girls on my street told me to put on this glove that they found in the gutter. And I should have just looked away because they said, put it on your finger. And they still started laughing. And it was like a latex glove, but just the finger. And I did put it on my finger, and they started laughing. I didn't understand why until later I realized it was something quite awful and disgusting. So just look away if somebody leaks on the ground. Back to you, Robbie. Yeah.
Back to you, Alan. And that also reminds me, of course, that of the time of.
Where'd you go?
That reminds me of a time that I was asked to come into a house and look at something I didn't want to look at because someone said saw me on the street, invited me in, and out of the goodness of my heart, I said yes as a dumb kid, and went inside the house and saw something I wasn't supposed to see, Stephen.
What was it?
Well, it's a tough thing. It's a tough thing to talk about on EGI2 stream 4. Maybe if it had come up in stream 1, we would have talked about it. But because of stream 4, we will not be addressing this evening because we don't want to upset. We did not have the same sponsors that we have tonight, including Frame Guide and of course mini gaming desktops that cost around $800. So if you have a mini gaming desktop that you would like to see unboxed on the stream on EGI2 stream 4, 5, 6, any of the streams going forward, then please send us mini gaming PC desktops that cost around $800.
I saw a question. Somebody wanted a good pervert film recommendation. There is a film that came out last year, I believe, called Titane. It's where a woman has relations with an automobile. Really compelling stuff. That
does sound good. Please email
cool.
Stephen Kick. Please email Titane to EGI electronic game information at gmail.com. I would like to see that.
You got it.
Yay.
Anything for you, Allan.
Thank you so much. This has been such a wonderful interview, and thank you for gracing the show, despite the many technical problems that Robbie has caused for the show, not paying producer James, and you still made a wonderful interview and a wonderful guest. Back to you, Robbie.
Back to you, Allan. And while Stephen Kick is here, I would like to. This is just in. No one else is talking about this. This is breaking news. We do have a. In terms, it wasn't when I said détente earlier in the program. You can't have détente. The ENT in détente is also in another word, which is presence.
It is the season.
It is the season for and Allan, I have
presents.
and as a result of the détente between you and I have breaking news that we have reached an agreement that I would give you something for your work, and the agreement is that we have a gift for you. We have a gift for you that I'd like if Stephen, if you don't mind staying on just to give.
What is
to
it?
give some much more of an audience to
Steven's
Allan
gonna say
Resnick
it. Oh my God!
As he receives
Whoa.
the gift, the payment that
Whoa!
we will be.
Oh my God! Look at this.
So Allan, if you go ahead and unwrap that live online on the first,
Just want to
first
just trying to get
gift
it.
of the season.
Okay, just want to show everybody. It's kind of hard to get the camera. I'll lower the camera, and we will just take a look at this. Okay, great. This is incredible. I am happy to be back on EGI. Robbie, just Stephen, a little background. Robbie refused to pay the employees of EGI, so I was on strike for a while. But we've recently come to an agreement, and the agreement was that Robbie would give me a Christmas gift, and I am very grateful. So let me just see what this is. And it's a Steam Deck.
Allan, it's
Yay!
it's a stream
Oh my
deck,
God.
Allan. So Allan, rather than
Look
of
at
course
this.
we weren't able to pay you in hard cash, so we were forced to pay you in tech, and I couldn't have done it without, of course, the wonderful producers that we have working
This
on
is
the
better
show,
than
James,
money.
Trevor, especially, and also Luke Taylor,
And-
who
and the
because
list.
I needed to buy the stream deck, I had to, of course, let them take a long furlough so that you could
Wow.
also have your own stream deck.
I've always wanted
and
a
that is, of
Steam
course,
Deck.
Stream Deck that you have to play. That you have to press the buttons when it's time to press the buttons on EGI2 Stream.
And
4.
I'm going to push one of the buttons right now. And Robbie, thank you so much for the gift. This is better than any money, and this will be great because I did always want this, and I'd rather have this than money. And I can take this home after the show and play with it. Or is this something that stays in studio?
It is something that stays in studio. You're not allowed to take it home, Allan.
Just trying to get it in the shot.
Just in.
There it is.
Back to you, Stephen Kick. Stephen Kick, when you're having a tough time over there at Nightdive Studios, it is of course I imagine that you do the same thing where you pay a little bits of tech.
Yeah, usually dev kits.
Dev kits are, of course, very fetch quite a mighty price on eBay when you do unboxing the dev kits. Of course, on EGI2 Stream 4, if you felt like sending us the dev kits, and then we would sell them on the.
Yeah, that I'm not going to do that. But I think we could get in a lot of trouble if we did that. So one time we posted a picture of the PS5 dev kit on Twitter and got in trouble.
What breaking news? They got in trouble for posting the picture of the PS3. Wait, what PlayStation?
The PS5.
Speaking,
that's Cinco meaning 5. And there just didn't that we could have dev kits.
Speaking of PlayStations and dev kits and all of this, I also, if you don't mind sticking around, Stephen Kick, I wanted to surprise Robbie. I got you a little present of my own. I saved up every penny, and from my bank account, my special account that I have, where I saved up money for many, many years, and I emptied the account to get you I'm coming into your shot. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. And
tis the season.
Yay! It is the season. So
Stephen Kick and everybody out there in Twitch.tv. Tis the season to be
generous.
You give and you receive. You have fights with your friends. You make up with them.
Yeah, we make.
They ask for some sort of recompense for of course, give them something and receive something in return.
It's only fair that you receive something in return for the wonderful gift, the Stream Deck that lives in the
I
studio.
remembered another one. Codename Eagle. Yes or no?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, Steven.
Oops.
Is that my code name? I've been told I have a kind of
Codename Eagle, the
Eagle-esque
World
taste.
War I multiplayer game that by the people the wonderful people who then went on to make such classics as Battlefield 1942.
Oh, great soundtrack. So probably yes.
What was the one where you could shoot off people's Soldier of Fortune? Yes or no?
Oh yeah, the Ghoul system.
The Ghoul
Appropriately
system,
named.
Soldier of Fortune, and of course there was a Soldier of Fortune that came out on the Dreamcast, wasn't there? What we're talking about, Soldier of Fortune. Would you consider putting the Dreamcast version of Soldier of Fortune? Were you to on the re-release it?
You know, if it was any different than the PC version, then probably. That's an aspect of a previous question that I didn't cover, but the reason that we generally include the N64 versions of games with the PC version is because they're usually completely different. Now, that was something I didn't know because I've never played a game, but Doom 64 is actually just not a port of Doom for the N64. It's an entirely different game. New enemies, new weapons, new maps, new campaign, new everything.
Well, if that well, Doom 64, I think the Doom 64. If there's can you put those Doom 64? This is something that's always I will always wonder if you could put the Doom 64 enemies into something like Quake 2. Like the way that you do have the Doom enemies in Q Doom. That was the WAD that you just put up there on Quake, on the Nightdive Studio remaster of Quake.
No, I don't believe that's how that worked. And I don't think we could put, well, we probably could put Doom 64 enemies in Quake, but they would be 2D in a 3D game. So that would be interesting.
2D
It
and
could be
3D
fun.
came, Alan, just like, you guessed it, Disruptor on the PlayStation 1 from Insomniac.
Yeah, I did. That was my guess.
Insomniac Games.
That was what I was thinking. Now open that gift.
Okay.
If you
Steven,
don't mind.
You're excited to see the gift? This is the second gift of the season here on EGI2 Stream 4.
Tis the season.
So excited to have Alan back in the studio.
Tis the season.
We gave
Wow.
Alan a Stream Deck. We worked on the show, but we did in fact get.
Oh, I see.
So there's interview guest cam, interview two-shot, single shot of the splash page for the interview with Stephen Kick of Nightdive Studios. Check out the games that the Nightdive Studios has been putting out all year.
Oh, and there's my
System
shot.
Shock remake,
Two-shot.
Turok 3 Shadow of Oblivion, Dark Forces
Game
is
of
coming
the
in
Year
2024,
shot.
and we'll stop. Don't press the Game of the Year 2004 button.
I don't understand. It's a new toy to play with.
We are
Sorry,
also,
Steven. We'll let you go soon.
This just in,
Robbie,
back
let
to
him
you,
go.
Alan.
He's
we're
gotta
gonna
go.
open this up. Let's see what it is.
I want to see the
Wow.
present.
Cost a lot. Look at that. Careful. Please don't drop it. Yay. What do you think, Robbie?
This is of course this is a PlayStation 5, Alan.
Yes, this is a brand new PlayStation 5. Those are very expensive, and I didn't get it on Black Friday. It was not something I got on Black Friday. I waited till the sales were over to get it, and so it was a full price one.
So this is of course you could if you're looking at the PlayStation 5, if you have a PlayStation 5 at home, you can play games like Turok 2, Turok 1, Turok 3, Shadow of Oblivion,
Yes.
Doom 64, Quake 2, all from Nightdive Studios on a PlayStation 5. There's no better way to play those games than on a beast of a machine like what we have here. And this is obviously something, Alan, that we could sell online as soon as we are off the stream, so we could have some money for to pay the people that work on the show, bring the people from the show back.
You're going to sell it? I'm misunderstanding what you're saying.
Yeah, because we did the unboxing, so now the content has been made now.
The content's in the game. There's these wonderful Insomniac games, and like we were talking about the leaks from Insomniac Spider-Man games and God of Wars, and I'm sure you could play some wonderful games from Nightdive Studios as well. It would be overpowered for that, but it would probably, I don't know. You'd be the Nightdive expert.
The Nightdive expert is, of course, Stephen King. The studio head, no longer they were acquired by Atari. If you're looking for, also we. Was it not? It wasn't. Was it Digital Eclipse?
That is correct. Who also is now fully owned by Atari.
So Atari is buying up all of these classic gaming remastering, reframing, regarding studios. Allan.
Yes, it's big business. It's over my head. I don't have the kind of capital to play in high stakes sort of acquisition economy stuff like that. But I did save up my money to get you a PlayStation 5 that you will enjoy. We could get 2 controllers and maybe play a game.
So what we'll probably end up doing, Allan, of course, is once the stream is over, we'll see how much we can get for this thing on eBay. Then go ahead and get you a copy of Quake 2 for the Nintendo Switch that we can finally play through the Quake 2 together. There's a co-op mode for Quake 2?
Yes.
So there's a co-op mode for Quake 2. That's not breaking news, but we're going to put up the graphic anyway because that is a wonderful thing to sell something that costs. I believe that the going price for one of these things is around $500. We're going to sell it for around $400 and then buy Quake 2 for $4 and then put the rest of the money into probably buying a larger Stream Deck for me because I need to be able to sell the difference between your Stream Deck and my Stream Deck.
Okay.
Solid plan.
I want to thank you, Stephen Kick
of
Nightdive Studios. I hope this has been a wonderful evening for you, as it has been for us. You are a absolutely wondrous human being. I'm so sorry for everything that you went through in terms of the rat wars that you and your family had lived through. It reminds me of a story, and I want to just, if I could, just recall the story as clearly as I possibly could. There was once this family. They were living somewhere out in the wilderness there, somewhere in the late 17th century, Allan.
It's a long time ago.
So this family, of course, comes across a stream. They say they run out of water. They drink from the stream. One of the kids gets sick, and then the dad has to go back to, I believe it was somewhere like 17th century Charleston, South Carolina. Stephen Kick. So they're in Charleston. He says, my son's sick. He drank the water. He goes. They send him to one of those kind of weird doctors with the big hats and the glasses. And the doctor sends him back a piece of coal. I think it was, Allan. Goes to the coal. He puts the coal in the baby's bottle. Of course, they weren't bottles back then, were they? So I guess they
weren't
put
bottles.
The coal in the bucket, and the kid.
I think Steven has to go.
Sick, had to drink from the bucket.
He's a busy guy.
And I just can't do it anymore.
And the kid drank from the bucket, Allan, is what I'm saying. So if you drink from a bucket with coal in it. The symbolism of this in this moment, of course, is that the coal and the water is the rat, the coal is Nightdive Studios, and the water and the baby that got sick was Stephen Kick. And as far as the doctor, I'm gonna guess and say that's all the people that go out on release night mornings and purchase those wonderful Nightdive remasters.
I think that just about sums it up. I mean, truer words have never been spoken.
So I want to say thank you to you, Stephen Kick. Allan, do you have anything you'd like to say to Stephen Kick before we leave him and take a quick break?
Thank you. You're a titan in the industry, and what you've done just gracing EGI2 has shot our subs and bits up through the roof. So I can't thank you enough.
Do you have a PlayStation 5?
I do have one, yes, but I've never turned it on.
$350.
Well, you got to get at least $400 for it.
But if I sell it to you right here, right now, I don't have to pay any transaction fees on eBay.
Yeah, friends and family, PayPal. Is that what we're talking here?
I'll take the Amtrak up there. I'll get a ticket on the Coast Starlight. We'll get there, Washington, just in time for Christmas Eve. You got a 4-year-old at home, PlayStation 5 for a 4-year-old. How does that sound to you?
Oh, I mean, it's a deal. I'll see you on Christmas Eve.
See you Christmas Eve, Stephen. Let's take a quick break, and then we'll be right back with more EGI2 Stream 4. Thank you again, Stephen.
Thank you, Stephen,
for coming and bearing with us during all the technical difficulties.
Thank you both. And Allan, I'm just pleased to see you again. I know you joined us late, but you are a blessing.
Thank you so much. You are a blessing too, and it is wonderful to see you.
Farewell.
Welcome back. We are EGI2 Stream 4. We are in our second hour, ladies and gentlemen, everyone outside and in between. We are so happy to be with you tonight on this wonderful holiday evening, reporting to you live from EGI2 Stream 4 studios. The news of the day relating especially to video games between 2002 and 2011. Allan, I can see that you're really enjoying
Just
the Steam
enjoying
Deck
the
a little bit, but
Stream Deck. I thought it was I thought you said you were getting me a Steam Deck. I did say I wanted a Steam Deck, but I do love this. I do love it.
Well, Allan? What are your thoughts about this? About going? The holidays are here. Christmas is just around the corner. What are your thoughts about games between 2002 and 2011 going forward? And what were your thoughts about Stephen Kick? What were your thoughts about Stephen Kick and his interview that he shared with us? He was so kind to come through and share with us his time, and bore with us of course.
Let's put that on its side, maybe, so it doesn't fall.
It on its side,
yeah, it goes on its side
right,
and
of course, you
up.
don't want to scratch it because
You don't want it to fall because you do knock all over the table quite a bit.
Put it back in the box, and
you don't need to put it back in the box.
When we bring it up to Washington State
No.
for Stephen Kick's Christmas celebration, and he'll be giving us, of course, I assume that when I do that he'll give me the $350 plus some extras as the studio head of Nightdive Studios. I'm sure he has some extra copies of Turok 3 Shadow of Oblivion or Power Slave lying around.
I'm sure anyone would be happy to have the PlayStation 5. It is an incredible system, and I'm sure you could make a lot of money with it, but I think you should consider it in terms of the spreadsheet, and it's basically like a free $500 of free 500 hours of gameplay if you just accept the wonderful gift. And I'll be happy, even though I will be hungry and not being paid what adequate, I will be happy to know that you've received fun, pleasure from playing these exciting AAA games.
Well, I don't need to play the exciting AAA games, of course, because I do have I play the Wonderful Boy to play games from Nightdive Studios, and also games in the great backlog of PC games that one acquires in these modern times.
You have a Steam Deck and a Stream Deck.
I have a Steam Deck and I have two
confusing.
Stream Decks. I have a Steam Deck and two Stream Decks.
Well, wait, no. You have one Stream Deck, and then you gifted me.
The Stream Deck is, in fact, is still property of course, EGI2.
I'm just going to push the button.
Don't push. That's okay. So that's.
I don't even know how I got these pictures on here. Wow, look at that.
The Stream Deck.
Thank you for the gift.
Of course, and thank you for, of course, joining the show 15 minutes late and in the middle of an interview with true soul, gaming legend Stephen Kick of Nightdive Studios.
I can't believe you got a real guest on EGI2. That's awesome.
And if you're just joining us, Stephen Kick, of course, has heard this, and now we'll hear it again. EGI2 is, of course, sponsored by Frame Drive and Mini Gaming Desktops. Around $800 Mini Gaming Desktops. If you'd like to sell us any, send us any. Of course, you don't want to actually buy any ourselves, but if you were to send us them, we would unbox them live on EGI2 and then use the proceeds from the reselling in the same way that we're using the proceeds from reselling the PlayStation 5.
Yeah, breaking news.
And Allan was so kind to bring in here tonight.
And this is breaking news. Just it's fun to push these buttons because there's a nice, satisfying kind of clicky. I don't know what kind of like clicky. There's a certain sort of clicky click. Clicky two-shot, main shot, Allan shot.
It's one of those weird clicks that's also kind of it's a soft push, but a hard click.
It feels like when you spit out a little bit of jelly gum and you play with the gum. Allan shot. Oh,
you kind of like rock on them a little bit, like it kind of like feels like you could maybe if there was a little bit more. There's kind of a haptic sensor. You could probably if there was there might be some sort of haptics. In the way there are haptics in the Steam Deck, Allan.
It is so fun.
Okay,
it is so fun to do it.
Allan, just breaking news. No one else is talking about this.
Right.
On EGI2 Stream 4, we are, of course, talking about our new sponsor, our new potential sponsor, which, of course, are Mini Gaming Desktops. And I thought that tonight would be fun while you're here, Allan, to do, in fact, a mock unboxing.
Don't cut to my shot. I can do it.
Desktop that we could end up doing here live on EGI2 stream.
Say it again. Say it again. I couldn't hear you.
So, Allan, if I was to say what I had said before, it would be that we are going to just in this. Okay, wait. This just no one else is talking about this breaking news. We are going to be doing a fully live unboxing of not a mini gaming PC, but we will be showing the people that make mini gaming PC and desktops how an unboxing would work on a future EGI 2 stream.
I think I understand. Breaking news.
Breaking news.
Robbie's going to demo what an unboxing would look like were you to unbox.
And since we have this nice setup here, we're going to just be doing it right here on the table.
Careful with that.
Right here on the table.
Please be careful. Please be careful.
We're not gonna be worried about anything. We're not gonna be worried about anything happened to the PlayStation 5. Stephen Kick, we want to. There's no reason in giving somebody a gift if it's gonna be scratched and banged to hell.
Okay, breaking news. This is breaking news. Allan has a Stream Deck.
Alan.
Okay, and this is. Oh wow, look at that.
So, Allan, this
main
is
shot.
So if you're just joining us, we're gonna be. This is the first live. This is the first live unboxing that we've been doing on EGI 2 Stream 4 of a mini gaming desktop, Allan.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, what are people saying in chat? What are people saying in chat about
first-time chatter?
First-time chatter. Count Brackmore. I watched a fun Taco Bell to be here for this breaking news, and we don't. And here's the funny thing, Allan, is that we don't actually get any of that ad money for EGI2.
But they have,
because we don't put secondary ads on the stream itself. We want
but
to be
how do they
as
see
organic as possible.
But they just have to see an ad. I don't understand.
He had to see a Taco Bell ad to be here for this unboxing.
Breaking news: we have a sponsor. Taco Bell is our first sponsor, real sponsor, I think.
They're not an official sponsor. They just make Twitch. You're a partner, and not just an affiliate.
And we're not a part. We're an affiliate. We're not a partner. Okay, so that brings me to my first point of the show. Allan's back on EGI, and I do want to just hype the show, get a hype train going, because we don't have enough people watching. We don't have enough followers, and if we get to 1,000 followers, a Christmas miracle, so the sexual candle holder will be one of the subs. So tell your friends to subscribe, and also make people raid. If you're twitching right now, raid us. Don't do your own show. Just raid this show, because we want to get a real sponsor. I think I'm doing a good job as an employee by saying all these things. These are we want to be sponsored by mini gaming PCs.
3P Juno just subscribed with the Prime subscription. Not planning on subscribing again, but we do appreciate the first subscribe.
Okay.
Thank you, Moop. Chat. Shout out to Moop.
Thank you, Moop.
Moop, of course,
thank you so much.
Been a friend for a long, long time.
Friend of the show, Moop, gifted 1 month
and is now supporting us with the subs.
To Count Brackmore.
And hopefully that once the hype train is happening, then everyone's going to be pressing all the buttons, and we'll be able to see what. What we'll be able to. We'll see what we see is what I'm trying to say, Allan.
Right.
Back to you, Allan.
Back to you, Robbie. I can do that too. Back to me. Back to you. Back to me, Allan. Back to you, Robbie.
This is Robbie Rackleff reporting to you live from EGI2 Stream 4 with the unboxing. We do have where's the unboxing? It's the unboxing. This just in. This is a brand new segment. Unboxing example for potential sponsors. Allan, what are people saying about the potential sponsors in the chat?
Oh, we got some gifted. Oh, somebody gifted a bunch of subs.
Someone gifted a bunch of subs. Uncle Own Rip is gifting 5 tier 1 subs.
Oh, thank you.
Community.
This is wonderful.
That's amazing. What happened to the red? Danny Laundry wants to know what happened to the red light. Well, when Robbie is alone, the light is red, and when Robbie is with Allan, the light is not red. So that is how that works. And you can dig into it as much as you want, but you won't find much more than what's just on the surface of that answer.
Jellyfish says unboxing compact Alienware netbooks is what maybe is happening right now.
So when we do the unboxing, of course, when people do the unboxing, the thing that they want to there's a tactile excitement of what's in the box.
What's in the box?
You want to let people know out there that are watching the unboxing how much it excites you that that what's in the box is coming out of the box, Allan.
Yes, and I am desperate to know what's in the box, and I gave Robbie a PlayStation.
So Allan brought in a PlayStation 5. I wouldn't call it necessarily a gift because I didn't ask for a PlayStation 5. In fact, if anything, I would have wanted is a physical copy of what's that game? Metroid Prime Remastered.
Oh, yes, I didn't ask for. I asked for a Steam Deck, and I asked for financial
Well,
compensation.
you asked for financial compensation, but we weren't able to get you financial compensation because if I were to give you financial compensation, would have to give everyone financial compensation. So the compensation was the Stream Deck,
Right.
which is a functioning and which will make the show, of course, more dynamic, and a lot of people will want to hit the buttons and give us all the bits. But because you have quickly and you can stop doing that, and then people will be excited because when there's a lot of editing, people get excited, and there's a lot more energy for things like stream trains and dream trains and
hype trains.
And if there's more than that, then
And if we get enough hype trains, you'll be able to pay James, producer James, and Luke, producer Luke. That would be great. And producer Allan.
And producer Allan, of course, Allan's not a producer. He's not an employee of the show because, of course, if we pay people. We don't pay people per se, but he is a friend of the show.
I am a fan of the show, and I'm happy to have this.
EGI2's only correspondent on the street. Who Mossy Lump says Woo paying producers. Not sure. I'm guessing that's some kind of an acronym. Maybe the WOOOO union.
Woo.
And and everybody says that Woo paying. Paying, it must be like the underscore, like SAG-AFTRA.
Robbie, we saw you say Allan was an employee. We did have a long fought.
Undertitle.
We did have a long, hard fought negotiation because I was on strike, and Robbie met with my counsel, me, and we did negotiate with the Christmas gift giving exchange, and instead of money, a Christmas gift exchange did happen. So I did. You did fulfill your contract to me, so I'm happy. And I do miss James, and I do want James to be compensated, but maybe just to get him a gift. I think he'd probably be happy with just a gift.
Well, I think that now that we have the second Stream Deck at EGI2, we can start to.
I guess we don't really need James if we have the Stream Deck.
A lot more edits, and I think that's what sells people on things. Is how many if you can quicken as many edits as possible. You can put breaking news edits. You can put
boom. No one else. Funny. Now no one else talking about this.
So,
and so this is basically what James was doing, but now he's just this. It's like this box is basically the new James.
In some ways, we didn't need James.
We got this box,
except for all the other things that we do need James for, like running sound and making sure.
Oh yes, the sound was a big mess.
The music isn't.
And so sound off in the chat if the sound is good. Back to you, Robbie.
Back to you, Allan. And that's why we don't have music going right now.
Do we not?
I don't think there's any music unless I'm mistaken. Is there any music playing? James Trevor is in the chat.
James
says
James is in the chat. He's not
James,
here.
It's going to Stephen, new best friend.
Good sound.
Friend of
Very
the
good
show,
sound.
Stephen Kick up there in Washington State. Hero of the Rat Wars. The Rat Wars of Seattle, Washington.
Yes.
Robbie could be louder. Allan.
Robbie could be louder. I can adjust that. I'm doing that job as well here.
So
I
Allan
have a
is
little
not
mixer
only doing,
here.
So in fact, this is the beauty of the EGI2 family is that one person can end up doing the work of 3 or 4 people.
That is one of the thrills of working. I guess I'm not an employee, just a fan of the show.
Just a friend of the show.
Just a friend of the show. You get benefits.
I mean, but don't sell yourself short, Allan. You're an absolutely indispensable part of the show.
So become a fan, subscribe and become a friend of the show. You might get benefits such as a Stream Deck that lives in the studio. That is so cool.
Great. Well, thank you for that. And this is just in breaking news. We will be doing the unboxing begins now. So start the on-screen timer, Allan.
Okay, let me figure that one out. Here it is. No. I think it was this. Okay.
Please, with the dirty. No,
I didn't mean to curse. Fuck. God damn it, this thing is confusing.
Okay, so the on-screen timer. We're just going to get into the unboxing because people are excited about the unboxing, Allan.
Yeah, I want to say. I do want to say. Oh yeah, sorry. Back to you. Oh yeah. There's like a Pepe meme in here. Someone's doing like a little Pepe emoji. That's like sort of like a little racist Pepe drawing. Cut to me when I talk. And friend of the show. Oh, they said it's. Ernestine Attempts says, but it's already open? ? They said they already opened.
It's not open. The box is open, Allan, but it has the unboxing because the objects in the box have to come out.
When you do the Robbie pick thing, the audio cuts out. That's not good.
When I do the Robbie what?
When I cut to. Are you saying when I cut to pictures of Robbie, the audio cuts out?
Uh-oh.
Let's do a little a test. Did that work? Did it cut out when it? Sound off in the chat if it cut out when we cut to the funny picture.
So the first thing that people do when they do an unboxing video is the first thing that people do when they do an unboxing video is they open up the box, Alan, and
they say they like that it cuts.
They say, "Oh, I'm so excited to open up the box
and
see what's in the box." This is, of course, the EGI2 special unboxing for potential sponsors, including the mini gaming desktops that are cost around $800. So this is the unboxing for potential sponsors. Go. And we have, of course, the first thing that comes in a box with a gaming PC is.
Can I come into your shot so I don't have to use the stream deck? I want to look in the box. I'll just come in.
No, you have to. I have to show. I showed the box, the camera people to the box.
Here,
in the camera.
I'll move my shot
So
closer to you so you can do both things.
So if you've ever watched an unboxing video, you know this is the fun part. Is when you bring out the power cord. If we could see the power cord, there it is.
It looks like you're in my room.
It's right here. It's in live on EGI2 Stream 4. This is the first cord of the unboxing is, of course, the power cord. Everyone has plenty of these kinds of power cords. They have the three. It's like a little face kind of a power cord thing. And probably if it was a real unboxing, then it would be wrapped in a plastic bag that you would just kind of toss out. But you would want to set it aside. Maybe we'll just put it right on top of
another
box here. We got this nice kind of white box here and. Next up, that's exciting. So you can imagine that's the power. That's the power cord.
Yeah, if anyone is watching, who has the ability to sponsor the show, and wants us to unbox a gaming, one of those weird gaming PCs. This is the kind of unboxing experience you would have. Sponsoring the show. So if anyone in the chat knows any sponsors who have money, capital, and they want to share the capital with EGI2, now would be your chance to call them, text them at night, and let them know that we are in desperate need, and the sound is all messed up, and some of the slides cut out the sound because producer James hasn't been compensated, and he flew out of town to be with family.
You could have spent some of that money that he paid on the plane ticket for, some of the things that he was complaining about. But that's just it's the holidays, and one must travel, one must be closer to the people that you love, and also, but the unboxing must go on, and this is of course EGI2 exclusive unboxing for potential sponsors. So the next thing that comes out of the box
are more or less people watching. Same number.
The next thing that comes. Is of course the HDMI cord. So we get a very long HDMI cord.
Show it here so that they see it.
This could be the HDMI cord.
No,
this
here.
could also be. This could be. Maybe it's a mini. You could imagine it's some sort of display
right
port
there.
in case you have one of those monitors that has a high, kind of like a higher refresh rate.
Yeah.
Or
Is
something
that
like G-Sync?
All right. What is the blue
or FreeSync, which is the AM, of course, which of course is the AMD version of G-Sync. And people always say, I turned G-Sync on, I turned the FreeSync on, but it doesn't make much of a difference. And I lock things at 30 frames per second. I don't need all of that. Because there's something about the closer you get to 24 frames a second, the more that video games look like movies.
Yes, that is true. The classic film rate is 24 frames per second. And I've always wondered if you were to up the frame rate of a game, and this should have been a question for Stephen Kick, if you take one of these old games and you up the frame rate to a high frame rate, do you ever find anything in those new frames that wasn't in the original game?
Okay,
so get Stephen Kick back on here.
Let's get Stephen Kick back on. Stephen, if you're in the chat, sound off in the chat because I'm pretty sure that it's fun. It's fun to be part of a community, and hopefully you're still somewhere out there looking for ways to interact with the EGI2 community. If you are also part of the EGI2 community and if you want to be, and there's other ways you can be part of the community.
There are?
Yes.
Oh, you could sub, you could raid.
This just
hype.
Is EGI2 Stream 4. We have what is this? This is one of those USB 3.0. So this you can imagine is going to be part of a gaming PC's either maybe for a keyboard. Oh, and it's got the mini USB-C port. So it's a mini USB on one side and then USB 3 on the other side. And this one is wrapped up. So that is more like what it would be if this was an actual brand new mini gaming PC.
You got to aim it right in the center of that. Here, I'll get in there.
Okay.
Wow, look at all that
Look,
stuff. Oh.
people are coming, and the hype train. I have a.
Do we have a hype train?
I have a feeling that we have a hype train.
I have a feeling we have a hype train
even though I'm
coming.
not exactly sure how the hype train works. So this is also in the box. This is
Tell
kind of
people
like a long,
on
this is kind
Twitch
of like
to
a long
watch
metal
this.
stick. This
Okay.
could be used for any. This could be
Oh, I
used
see.
for turning the computer on from across the room, or
Right.
maybe if you're into overclocking manually, sometimes there's sort of an overclocking button on your graphics card, so you could kind of wiggle this into the chassis of the desktop, maybe if there was a hole for it.
I love the way you say chassis. I love the way you say hole. No one else is talking about this.
No one else is talking about. No one else is talking. No one
Well,
else does
oops.
talk about. So when we do the two shot, where does that camera?
Two
pointing
shot.
at? That's the two shot.
Is there another camera?
Usually I'm in the two shot, but I don't see myself. I don't see the stick either.
Huh. Well, you're in my shot. That's so crazy.
Well, that's so interesting.
And how can we take calls?
We're not doing calls right quick, but
Oh,
we
what-
will be doing calls in just a minute to see how people
oops.
are feeling about this unboxing video. So that's the metal stick. I'm going to go ahead and put it right here up on the PlayStation 5. And what else do we have in here? People are for a long time.
Yep. People sound off in the chat if you like this. Tell everyone on Twitch that this is the kind of content you get if you watch EGI2, and if you're watching someone play Fortnite or some sort of hot tub female hot tub content, tell them to raid us and switch on over to this, because this is a different kind of content.
And you can't get this content anywhere but EGI2 stream for this kind of at this hour, especially this close to the holidays. A lot of people have done their holiday streams. A lot of people are playing a little wanted to do stuff before so close to the holidays, before people are traveling. But that's the big EGI2 difference, is that we don't do what other people are doing.
Not at all.
We go our own road. And you can imagine that this is kind of a stand, Allan. This is sort of like a lot of these mini gaming PCs. Look, you see right there, if you kind of squint a little bit, you can see the stand on some
I don't
of these.
see any stands in there.
So if the stand is something that maybe want to display the PC, but also you could
Robbie,
Robbie,
I stan EGI2 and you. I stan it. Back to you.
It's a stand.
Oh, stand.
Stand. So we're
Shoot.
standing. So
God
you
damn
can
it.
imagine that the
Fuck.
stand is right about here.
No, I
and
don't-
then,
Robbie.
and then when we get the actual desktop out of the box, then people will be able to see it.
But I don't like how the stand is on. You're resting all this stuff on the PlayStation. That the PS5 is like, it's a really high-end machine. I don't think you should just use it as a thing to just rest
And so
crap onto.
these are of course other wires and other connections. There's sort of like hardwiring. If you need to hardwire into the Ethernet, that's all here.
Turbo Zurger says,
in
I
fact, it comes-
stand EGI2. Thank you.
In fact, Turbo Ernest Attempts says he loves seeing the box, Allan. So PS5 is military grade. Don't worry, Allan. The PS5 is fine. All the soft wires, the wires are soft.
Sound off in the chat if you
The
stand
tips of the wires are hard,
EGI2.
but we made sure. Well, as you can probably see here,
God,
we've
look at
positioned
this.
We've positioned the tips of the wires so that they're facing away from the chassis of the PlayStation 5. So the PlayStation 5's the PlayStation 5
Got a subs. Puppy mouth, sub to Hype 9.
And press all the buttons.
Wow, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Get a
And of
hype
course
train.
this-
You do a hype train. First time chatter. I stand with EGI2. Thank you, Floor 14.
Thank you, Floor 14.
Thank you, Floor 14.
First time chatter.
I stand,
we are such
raid,
that
and
floor
sub.
14 is above the 13th floor.
James
below
Trevor,
the
I can
15th
mostly
floor.
stand it.
This is an
James.
interesting thing. I don't think this comes with most mini gaming PCs, but you can imagine that maybe it does. It's a Ethernet hub. So if you don't have enough Ethernet, if you're going to be putting a bunch of these mini gaming PCs together, and if you're going to be putting a bunch of these mini gaming PCs and having kind of a LAN party, you can imagine that the LAN party is going to go through something like this.
Giuseppe Jojo says Allan is currently standing. I am currently standing for EGI2.
Allan is currently standing. Allan is currently standing, and I am currently unboxing. So we've got
stands and
stand with. There was a story that I told earlier about the child in the charcoal.
And I told a story as well about sticking my finger in a condom.
Yeah, and I was going to tell another story, but it felt a little bit off brand, so I didn't tell the whole story. Okay, thank you for that, Allan, and we'll just go ahead and show now we've got the final power cord, because breaking news. Some gaming PCs need also a power cord that goes to. This is a power cord, of course, for a Nintendo 2DS, Nintendo 2DS or DSi X. This is actually for a Nintendo 2DS and a DSi XL. These are two different. Wait, no, this is the same port. The DSi XL and the 3DS have the same port, so I'm not really sure what this is, but it's in the box.
And it looks like there's a wrapped yoga block in there.
And of this, this block, this is the gaming PC. This is whatever. This is what people. This is you go through all the wires, you unwrap everything, and you say this is what it would be like. So I can't wait to turn this on and test out my Dolphin emulator, or maybe Bleemcast, and you stick it up on the stand.
Got it. And this would be like ASUS would be the sponsor, or
this would be maybe like Minisforum, I think it is. They're a company overseas, and then you just and then you put the stand up, and you display it, and then you've got it like a skull that goes on. I think you have a marker somewhere.
A skull. I see. There's a pen, and it looks like I'm noticing a little small little gun, a small little weapon right there on the front of the desk. I don't think we should have that on. I think we're gonna get demonetized. Hey, whoa! I don't.
Was this in the box?
I don't know. I don't know where that came from, but I'm scared. I'm scared as hell to be around it, and I don't want to get demonetized.
You can't have a gaming PC without a gun that used for emulation without a Wii Motion Plus remote.
Yes, and I do feel unsafe at my workplace. There is a weapon here,
and a little wooden cup.
A little wooden cup. Okay.
Okay. So that was the EGI2 exclusive unboxing. This is EGI2's exclusive unboxing of mini gaming PC unboxing video. If you're watching now, this is the kind of content that we can use to showcase your products live on EGI2 Stream 4 or any other EGI2 going forward.
Okay, just checking my framing lines here, and back to one.
So let's go ahead and switch. Let's go over and switch over to the calls and see what people are saying.
Okay, calling.
We've got a call now.
Oops, call now.
If you can call in right now, let's go over and make sure the phone lines are working, because I think that we might have messed that up.
How do we do that? How do we do? Okay, I'll just do the show. I'll do the call in two shot. Call in now. We don't know if the cameras are working. Sound off in the chat if you like the unboxing content. If that's more of the, maybe do a poll if you're if you know how to do that. Maybe do a poll. Is that the kind of content you want to see? It looks like we lost one viewer. We were at 110. Now we are back at 109. And when we started the stream, EGI2, we had about 500 concurrent viewers, and now we're down to about 109. So sound off in the chat if that is the kind of content you like. Unboxing content. If you suck. Oh.
Is there someone here?
Hello?
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 I hear somebody. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
You don't have a microphone, Robbie. Robbie's talking to you. Can you hear us, caller?
Yes, I can hear both of you.
Oh, you can hear us. Okay, great.
Can chat hear the calling?
Sound off in the chat if you can hear the call.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I can hear you just fine. You're a little bit low, so I'm going to go run back over to the buttons and press some of them until we can hear
and I'll
you a little bit better. But it does seem like you can be heard in the chat. So
they hear them. They hear you. They hear you.
Take it away, Allan.
Take it away, caller. Why are you calling? What do you have to say? Sound off. Just sound off about. Why are you calling us?
Well, I've called before. It's Caleb from Greece, Massachusetts again.
Friend of the show.
Friend of the show, returning again. I loved the interview from before, though. One thing I wanted to say was that in Allan's section, there's some very concerning mold spots, and maybe this is just because it's what I'm in school for, Miskatonic and everything, going into mycology, but looks a little concerning.
Okay, Robbie did something that made it so I couldn't hear you, but I think Robbie could hear you, so Robbie's gonna now tell me what you said. Robbie, what did Caleb say?
Caleb, go.
Try talking some more, Caleb.
Well, what I just said before was that I'm in Miskatonic University trying to get a PhD in mycology, so botany, just a certain strand of it, I guess. But the mold in Allan's section, his attic, it's concerning me a bit. It reminds me of starchy buds. The black mold that rarely found in nature, almost only is found in high moisture kind of abandoned buildings. And I'm worried for Allan's working conditions.
So, okay, thank you. Caleb is calling in my understanding is, Caleb, you're calling in solidarity with Allan for the black mold working condition that I've been working under on the EGI2 set. This is a new problem. We had a little when I came in, but there is certainly more. And Robbie's studio, let's go to that main scene. Robbie's studio has been fully repainted.
Right.
Well, not fully, but it is nicer than my space. I have noticed that. But I'm okay with it because I don't know if you were watching. Robbie actually compensated me with a free stream deck. So
I did.
I'm going to
see
suffer
that.
through. But thank you for your solidarity.
Of course, just don't agitate it. Its spores usually don't come out that often. Not too many recorded deaths, thankfully. So just,
Okay.
Maybe put the Santa hat you have on as a mouth filter, as like a rebreather.
I understand. So I will be wearing the mask while I'm in this space for the duration of the show. Thank you so much. Robbie, back to you.
Of course.
For Massachusetts, for the call and for your thoughts about I believe that it's not the black mold, but it is in fact and it's not some kind of a sporing kind of situation, but it is in fact a kind of a moss.
Cool. Robbie, your
It's a
mic
what?
doesn't work. Robbie, it says your mic doesn't. Hold on, let me turn this one up. Did you pick up the wrong one?
Horrendous quality.
Can we hear Robbie in the chat?
Oh wait, that is wrong.
Oh.
So we gotta get the right microphone.
Oh,
Back to you,
wow.
Allan. The
Back
Robbie microphone is back
Nope.
on, and Caleb, I
There we go.
believe,
Flickering.
has been the first caller of this wonderful evening on EGI2 Stream 4. We do have I believe we have a second caller on the air right now.
Oh,
Oh, it's Caleb. Is it still you?
it's still me. You didn't hang up.
Punch Glob says horrendous.
Or
I'm not
maybe
sure what this means.
the
Faulty wiring.
maybe the call gods are just they make.
Well,
quite a
Caleb,
bit.
I just want to tell you right now that's just moss. Not to worry, Allan's fine. He's not been
just
feeling sick.
moss.
He's healthy. He's hearty. He's fully. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go
it's funny that you're
and deal with the
trying
phone
to,
calls a little bit more, Allan. So let's go ahead and take another caller
back
when
to
we
you.
once I get over there. We'll do that.
Oh, you do it over there, or do I do it with the Stream Deck? Do I take the calls? I actually think the black moss smells good, so no worries for that. But I am tired and I do look sick. Yes, can you hear me? Caller, is there a caller? Can a caller hear me? I don't understand. Can I answer it on here? Oh,
Yeah.
Really?
Hi, Allan.
Oh, hi.
I'm sure you're fine.
okay, thank you. Oh, was that it? Thank you for the call. Thank you for saying I'm fine. I'm fine. I do feel fine. I am going to just use a little PPE.
Hello?
Hello, you're on the
Hey.
EGI2. Apparently, I'm taking the calls. I thought Robbie was going to take the calls.
Oh, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Sorry, I'm sick.
You're sick? I'm sick as well. Back to you, caller. I can't
I'm
see
gonna say,
myself.
okay, I'm Sammy. Or I'm
Hello.
Gregory on chat. I'm not going to say where I am, but that's fine. Sorry. I'm kind of nervous.
Now I can't hear you. Robbie keeps touching things, and now I can't hear anything. And I can't see anything.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, there you are. I hear you. Robbie, what are you doing?
Did you hear my name earlier?
Say Sammy,
Yeah, Sammy.
friend
Or
of the
Gregory
show.
on chat. Whatever matters.
Thank you for calling in, Sammy, friend of the show.
I just have one question for you.
Thank you.
So, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Sammy.
So, what are your opinions on boxes?
My opinions on what?
Boxes.
Foxes, the cute little animals that live outside?
No, boxes.
Oh,
Sorry.
boxes. Boxes unboxing,
Yeah.
like cardboard boxes.
Yeah.
They're an essential. They're a necessary evil in our culture, I believe. I don't know why I'm taking the calls.
Yeah, that's kind of it. That's all I wanted to ask.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much for your call. Thank you, Sammy. Yes, boxes are bye-bye. Boxes are a necessary evil we put up with because we want to get those sweet, sweet items inside. Back to you, Robbie. Robbie, we've lost the stream, the image. We've lost the image. Can you get rid of that media player? Now I can't hear
Allan, you're still fine. You're still fine.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for calling in, and thank you to anyone who calls in and says that I'm fine or I'm doing fine. I do appreciate that. I can't see. Oh, there we go. And I'm back. Okay, so thank you. What is your name, caller, and why am I taking the calls?
Well, I'm Cody from Florida. I'm definitely going to call back in again when Robbie comes back on.
Okay, well, I'm going to get Robbie over here to answer your call. Why don't you ask your question and pretend that it's Robbie's going to answer the question, and I'll answer it as Robbie. Or I'll give Robbie the mic.
I want to talk to Robbie about the 2004 and 2005 games of the year.
Perfect question for Robbie. So Robbie, caller from Florida, Robbie's from Florida, has a question about the game of the year. I don't know why Robbie's gone.
No, I'm Cody from Florida.
Cody from Florida, my bad. And Robbie, here's your microphone over here, right by the box. I don't know what you're doing over there. We're just going to give Robbie this microphone. It's lodged under the...
Something like legitimate.
Robbie has... Here, Robbie? Why don't you just take this? Why don't you just take this? Why don't you move that and you take it?
That's a whole tangle. Look at that tangle.
Here, Robbie. I'll deal with that. I'll deal with that. You do this.
Okay. So sorry about that, Allan. Back to you, Allan. We do need some help with getting everything set up for the calls. Unfortunately, because of all of the mistaking, we've just lost the ability to monitor what we're doing on the show, and we're going to be, but we will be returning to the program as normal. There we go. So now we can see what we're doing. So, caller from Florida. Sorry, who is it from Florida again?
Cody.
Cody from Florida. Friend of the show, Cody from Florida. Cody, what do you think of this? If you were unboxing a video and if you were at the unboxing video, well, you got a little wooden cup. What would it be?
It would be a Shrek cup because I want to talk about Shrek Super Slam Game of the Year 2005.
Oh, Shrek Super Slam, not the Game of the Year 2005 on EGI2, but maybe the Game of the Year award for Cody from Florida for 2005.
Shrek Super Slam is it's like cult. It's a cult fighter. It's a cult arena fighter. Shrek Super Slam.
So it's a cult arena fighter. It's sort of like if you can imagine Frame Gride or Virtual on Tangram, that would be part of your that wonderful arena combat game. Maybe also games like Power Stone or yes, exactly. So it's Shrek, but it's Power Stone, but with the Shrek character. It's Power Stone, but with the Shrek characters and the Shrek performance. I mean the Shrek.
I want to see it at Evo 2025.
So this just in. So breaking news. No one else is talking about this. Breaking news. Evo 2024 will include the Shrek the Shrek party fighter Shrek Super Slam Super Slam.
Shrek. Shrek Super Slam. Yeah.
So you can see Cody. You can see the skull on the gaming PC. That's fine and all. Can I also do my 2004? Yes, absolutely. Well, we right now, if we can get the skull PC up, then yes, we can do our 2004 Cody from Florida Game of the Year awards.
Athens 2004 Olympics. Athens 2004 video game. All the. Yeah.
And of course, it was such a monumental year to have the Olympics back in Athens, back in Greece, not Athens, Georgia, of course, but Athens, Greece, the place that birthed the great and wonderful Olympic Games. And they actually, I believe that they built like a new metro for the Athens Olympic Games. Allan.
That's right.
Well, they waste a bunch of money. Yeah.
So I want to just.
Can I read something really quick?
Absolutely, Cody. Go right ahead.
Okay, so they split it up between male and female events, but hurdles, the event hurdles is 100 meters hurdles for women and 110-meter hurdles for men. For swimming, 100 meters backstroke, freestyle, backstroke, and butterfly. I guess that's both. Gymnastics, PS2 version only, floor exercise, separate gameplay for males and females. Still rings, men only, and vaults and equestrian PS2 only. That's all I gotta say, Robbie. Back to you, Robbie.
Back to you, Cody from Florida, and let's go ahead. Thank you for your so much
about the
call.
nature of that call, what the caller was trying to.
He was doing his own Game of the Year awards.
But
Allan, for
why was he
2004
talking
and
about the
2005.
different Olympic like
Because
gender,
these
how
Olympic
they-
games that come these
Well,
because
they have different genders. They have different genders for different PS2 events.
I don't understand.
But they're also the when a company gets the license to put out Olympic games, oftentimes they'll have a whole sort of a smorgasbord of games from the Olympics on that disc or cartridge.
Yeah, and they'll do Sonic versus Mario.
Can people
70-meter individual female only, shooting, skeet shooting male only.
Can people hear me?
So thank you so much for your
But
call,
what's the
Cody from
point?
Florida. We're not exactly sure
We're not
where you
sure
stand
what
on the
what point is or why you're telling
2004-5
us-
Game of
why
the
you're
Year
telling us about
awards.
the Olympic Games and different rules for different genders. But thank you for your call. Back to you, Robbie. Caller, you're on the air.
Back to you, Allan, and caller, you're on the air with EGI2.
Hi.
And what are your thoughts about what Cody was saying about the Shrek game, the Shrek Party arena fighter, similar to Power Stone, but with the Shrek characters?
Is that what was said?
What platform was that on?
It was, I believe, it was 2004. Then it was probably on GameCube, Xbox, and PlayStation 2.
I didn't play that one. I don't think I played. That's like an arena fighter?
It's like an arena fighter, like Power Stone or Allan.
I don't know. I just want to reset a little bit and ask the caller who you are and why you're calling. What do you want to talk about, and ignore what Robbie was saying.
I'm calling because I love the show.
Thank you so much.
We could talk about the game of not the game of the year. What years are we talking about?
We currently are talking about anything that the 2004 and 2005, because we will be doing the EGI2 Game of the Year 2004 and 2005 Game of the Year awards. But Allan, they're saying that the caller's volume is a little low in is a little low in the chat. So could we take a look at this? Caller, could you start going check over and over
There's
again?
nothing. I don't have any control over that. I don't have any control over the volume of the caller. I don't understand how that works. That'd be more of the purview of producer James, who is not being compensated, is out of town. So if we can't hear the callers very well, we're gonna end the calling segment. Or Robbie's gonna. I can hear you. Why don't you talk, and I'll echo you for the viewers.
Hello.
Hello.
Can the audience hear me?
Hello. Can the audience hear me? So they can't hear you, but I'll just say what you say.
Can we talk about Ape Escape 3?
Can we talk about Ape Escape 3? So hey Robbie, I'm the caller. Can you talk about Ape Escape 3? And now I'll be Robbie as well, because Robbie is doing something. Yes, we can talk about Ape Escape 3. What would you like to talk about Ape Escape 3, caller?
So there was this interesting
movie segment
of the game. I was wondering if anyone else played it, or if anyone else spent hours doing the movie making segment.
I was wondering if anyone else played it or spent hours doing the movie making segment. So I'm Robbie. Yes, I did spend hours doing the movie making segment. Sound off in the chat if you did movie making segment. Any other questions from the caller?
No, I think that's about it. I just wanted to talk about Ape Escape 3 and say how much I love the show.
No, that's about it. I just want to talk about Ape Escape 3 and how much I love the show. Thank you so much for your call. My name is Robbie Rackleff. This is EGI2, and I love Ape Escape 3. It was one of those fun games where the apes were escaping all over the place. You chase them with wild nets, and it's different than Monkey Ball, which is another monkey-based ape game, but that one had the The primates were in balls, and they were escaping. I believe they had little red lights on their heads, and you'd chase them around. And I'm Robbie, and I know everything about video games. Do we have another caller? Let's end the calling segment. It's not working, and Allan doesn't want to do it. Back to you, Allan. Back to you, Robbie. I am here, and I love the gift, and I really do appreciate it. Back to you. Oh.
Back to you, Allan, and we are going to be taking a quick break from the calls. Hopefully, we'll be able to get the calls back up and running before the end of the show. But until then, Allan, we're going to need. This is going to be you.
Can they hear me?
This is going to be you. 100%. We need you looking at the chat. We need you live on the scene, Allan. The need for you has never been greater because the technical difficulties are bad, and we are not being able to take phone calls tonight, and that's what a shame that is.
I want Allan okay. M Personer says I want Allan being the caller and Robbie being a regular segment.
Okay, so that's a great idea. So Allan, you be a caller, and I'll answer your questions,
okay,
we'll have a normal conversation.
Let me get my phone. Okay, and okay, so caller's still here, and they asked.
We do have a caller still. So
still
let's
here?
go ahead and try to take the. We don't want to hang up on anybody unnecessarily. So
they already asked their question. Do you have another question?
Do you have is it the same person as before?
Yes.
Joel.
Yeah, it's the same person. I can hang up.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. And we are of course so happy for your call and so happy for the support. Go ahead and chat, or people who are watching the show will probably want to understand that the phone calls are not working very well, and people aren't able to enjoy the voices that people would normally hear in the phone calls.
Ring.
Okay, hello caller. So now we're doing now Allan and me are going to be doing mock phone calls for the rest of the phone call segment. So Allan, go ahead.
Okay. Hey, Robbie. My name is Alvin. I'm a caller from Chicago, and I'm calling because I have a question about a really old a game that people don't talk about enough and had a lot of heart, and no one knows the game I'm talking about. But I thought you might know and want to discuss it with me. Would you like to do that?
Yes,
to you,
it's
Robbie?
called Shadow Man Second Coming. It's on the PlayStation. It's been stuck on the PlayStation 2, and that was another one that I was going to ask Stephen Kick about when Stephen Kick from Nightdive Studios was on Shadow Man Second Coming.
That's right. No one is talking about this. No one else is talking about this.
No one else is talking about this?
Thank you so much for taking my call and being so informative. And I also wanted to tell you that I'm a big fan of EGI_2, and I think it's even better than the original EGI.
In some ways, I have to agree with you there, Alvin from Chicago, because when it comes to EGI 2, we have a lot more. Mm-hmm. We have so many more responsibilities that we have to spread. So we don't. What's the opposite of when you can't spread things out? You can't spread out the responsibilities. You're bringing them in, and you're kind of pulling them into yourself, and you're making like a tight fist that you're showing to people. This is us. This is me. This is them. This is the show. This is EGI 2 stream number 4, and it's all in my hand, and I'm pulling all the cords I can pull, and I'm pressing all the buttons that I can pull, and it still doesn't work.
I'm on the phone. I'm on the phone.
So Allan is on the phone.
I'm on the phone. I'm on the phone.
Alvin from Chicago
God.
is on the phone.
Sorry about that. My mom is being so
EGI
annoying.
2 stream 4. If you want Alvin from
that wasn't actually my mom. That was my girlfriend. She's so annoying.
You need to.
Oh yeah. So what were you saying about the game that you were telling me about? I'm such a big fan. I did subscribe for 10 months actually.
It's for 10 months. It's called Shadow Man's Second Coming, and except the S in second is a 2.
Right. That was the game I was talking about, and you knew it. You know everything, and I'm so glad. And Merry Christmas to you. And
Merry Christmas to you,
Happy
Alvin.
holidays.
Chicago is, of course, a classic city. It's a classic Christmas town, and everyone in Chicago loves Christmas.
That's right. And I'm going to go get a Chicago deep dish. I'm going to go play Shadow Man 2 on the, what was it on? What am I playing it on?
PlayStation 5. 2.
Right. Back to you. Okay, I'm going to hang up. I love the show. Everyone should subscribe to this show. It's so great, you guys. Click. Oh, my God.
Wow, what a great caller, Allan.
I love that. That was such a nice
I thought
caller.
it was great that caller knew exactly how to ask for Shadow Man's Second Coming.
And I did hear them hang up.
Great. So we've got a few more this is it, Allan. I mean, we've got to talk about the EGI 2004-2005 Game of the Year Awards, but first, just let's take a quick break, and we will be right back with the news and the news that people are demanding from the EGI 2004-2005 Game of the Year Awards.
Yay!
And we're back with EGI2 Stream 4, and we are very excited to announce that the EGI2 will be starting this with the EGI2 2004 and 2005 Game of the Year Awards. Allan, we're returning to the stream. Let's go ahead and shout out to the potential sponsors. We don't actually have sponsors as we have nailed. I think we've nailed that sign to the wall for everyone to see that we have no sponsors, but we are sponsored by EGI2's sponsors, mini gaming desktops that cost around $800, and of course, Frame Guide, Allan.
Yep.
So, Allan, you're excited about 2004, 2005 Game of the Year awards.
They're my favorite years.
So two of the best years in that sort of that 9-year period between 2002 and 2011. And I do think that we probably need some sort of a splash graphic to point out the importance of the 9 years between 2004 and 2005. So Allan, of course, has. If you could show off your new Stream Deck to the chat, and
I can't get it in the shot.
If you can get it in the shot, you've got one of those cameras that's supposed to follow you everywhere. So you should be able to. The camera should be able to recognize your face and the thing. And if you press
there
all,
it is.
Okay, so if you press a few buttons. We're not able to take any phone calls, but we will be looking at the chat. And Allan, you will be taking very close call. You will be taking very close.
I can call.
No. We're taking. Look at the chat.
I'll look at the chat, but I can call.
People don't do any calls until I tell you, because we can't only do with the pretend calls. So what you want to do when we get a good question is pretend that you're the person that's chatting in, putting the question into the chat, and then pretend to call me, and then I'll answer their question through you.
Okay, got it. Okay, so put your questions in the chat. I'll call Robbie.
But first, let's go ahead and start off the 2004, 2005 Game of the Year Awards with the year 2004, and our first Game of the Year, first 2004 award goes to Least Color. The EGI2 2004 award for Least Color in the Game of the Year that came out in 2004 goes to Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes. So slide backward to the Twin Snakes. There's very little color in that game, Allan. People thought that there was people thought that there wasn't any color in in the original Metal Gear Solid. Well, guess what? They managed to pull even more color out of Twin Snakes, and it wins the award for 2004's Least Color.
I thought that was a black and white sort of noir sort of dark noir, black and white sort of game, but there is some color. I see some.
There's
green.
a little bit of color. There's every once in a while there's some sort of a shock of blue, or occasionally a little bit of red, especially for some of the gun battles. Of course, the classic Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes gun battles that you see in 2004's Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes. But for the most part, it's a lot of grays and greens and kind of grayish blues. So what are people saying in the chat about the Metal Gear Solid and the Twin Snakes?
Let me check. Let me call you, actually. Calling Robbie. Ring,
okay,
ring,
so
ring,
great.
ring.
Hello,
Ring, ring.
Hello, you're on the air with the EGI2 stream number 4 in the 2004 Game of the Year Award has gone to Least Color goes to Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes.
Hi, Robbie. This is Laurel, a.k.a. Mossy Lumps. Have you ever played a game that is like an isometric fantasy cyberpunk kind of thing, ... and one of the characters that joins your party is a girl with long blonde pigtails and a big wrench, and she hits people with the wrench.
Is it? And this is caller Mossy Laurel. This is Mossy Lump.
Yeah, this is Mossy Lump.
The question is, in this isometric, is it action RPG or is it a turn-based RPG?
It's a isometric fantasy cyberpunk kind of thing.
Okay, but
and the character joins your party, so you have a party, so it's probably some sort of an RPG kind of a thing. A character joins your party.
Is it Torchlight?
I played the game in 2006.
So that's not going to be on the 2004 Game of the Year Awards, which of course we are trying to make ourselves through. But Mossy Lump, was it? It's not Shadowrun, because Shadowrun did not come out in 2000. It couldn't be. Torchlight was way too early. So
that's a good question. I think it was turn-based.
So
there's a bit of a delay.
Dark Cloud 2 would have been my guess. Star Song 09.
Okay. Thank you, Robbie.
Let's go on to our next, of course, award of the evening goes to the most Twin Sanity of 2004. It goes to, of course, Crash Bandicoot Twin Sanity, Allan.
Robbie, this is Mossy Lumps. I'm still on the air. I didn't hang up. Well, you see, I played the games very slowly, so it might have been from 2004. Back to you.
Back to you, Allan. And
Mossy.
We are, of course, we're going to launch ourselves into, of course, the conversation about Crash Bandicoot Twin Sanity that we've been working up to all this time.
Okay, I've hung up. Now I'm Allan again.
Oh, now you're Allan again. Allan, what are people saying about Crash Bandicoot Twinsanity?
Congrats! Joe Bodnick up late and says, "Congrats, Crash Bandicoot Twinsanity."
Absolutely, Crash Bandicoot Twinsanity is of course one of the games that gets the 2004 Game of the Year award for the most Twinsanity. It was a tough race, but Crash Bandicoot Twinsanity came out right up on top. Next one, Onimusha 3 Demon Siege. I couldn't think of an award that I thought, so I just said someone got what they wanted, and I was going to come back to this award and sort of revise the award to a more interesting title, but this was the award.
Okay.
Great. And award for most ageless graphics goes to Blood Will Tell, Allan. What are people saying? People are excited about Blood Will Tell. The most ageless graphics go for Blood Will Tell on the PlayStation 2. Of course, if you're a big fan of games like Chaos Legion or Musuo style games like Dynasty Warriors or the other one, and or more current manifestations of that particular genre, like the Legend of Zelda and Fire Emblem Musuo games, then you will be right at home with Blood Will Tell on the PlayStation 2.
Eraserhead Baby says, "Love the graphics." Joe Botnick says, "Congrats, Blood Will Tell."
So congratulations to Blood Will Tell for your award for the most ageless graphics.
Ring, 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 ring.
Ring, ring, ring.
Oh,
what
this
are
is
people
Mossy.
saying about Blood Will Tell, Allan?
This is Mossy Lumps.
Oh, sorry,
I'm
Mossy
calling back in, and I brought this game in a Marshalls, and the main character was a lady wearing cyber armor, and then and it kept crashing. Robbie, are you there?
Is it Project Eden?
Sad mushroom guy.
No, it couldn't
for
have been Project
all
Eden.
the
That would have been like 2002, 2003.
Sad mushroom guy for all the mycologists out there.
But what is Mossy Lump? Mossy Lump, what are you thinking about Blood Will Tell? And give us your honest answer. Do the graphics in Blood Will Tell deserve the award for the most ageless graphics? Because I think when I look at Blood Will Tell, I think there hasn't been a game that looked like it. There wasn't a game that looked like it before it, and there hasn't been a game that that looks like it now.
That's right. This is Mossy Lumps, and no one is talking about this.
And no one's talking about Blood Will Tell anymore, which is an odd thing to me because this is a unique character in the grand scheme of characters for PlayStation 2 games. The Blood Will 2 character had a samurai that's had his arms and legs chopped off and gets to fight with swords instead of hands and feet.
Yes, this is Mossy Lumps, and well, my honest answer is that the mushroom looks very tragic, and it chills my blood. I think it has quite a lot of pixel textures, and that's good.
Okay, so that was the award for the most ageless graphics for the EGI2 2004 and 2005 Game of the Year awards.
Thank you for taking my call.
Click, hang up. Someone got what they wanted. Blood Will Tell, a game that most likely to make you pull over to the side of the road to look it up to make sure it's real, even though it's not particularly remarkable. Award goes to Guardian Heroes Advance. Of course, this was sort of a repackaging, a kind of regarding Guardian Hero. You hire the Guardian Heroes in the first Guardian Heroes on the Sega Saturn. The Guardian Heroes are hired, and then they're let down on a treacherous road. Mighty creatures, and of course, the will of man, Allan.
Absolutely.
So that was an award that goes to Guardian Heroes Advance, a game that was likely to make you pull over to the side of the road in order to look it up to make sure it's real, even though it's not particularly remarkable.
Ring, 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 ring. Hello, Robbie. Hello, this is the Sinistars brother. Robbie, I have a question about the Grinch, and I'm calling from California. And if the Grinch was in a fighting game, would he be top tier? Thank you. Click. Bye. I'm hanging up now.
And before you say goodbye, let's just say what exactly are we talking about when it comes to top tier?
There's a bit of delay, so you're gonna have to hold on while I think about your question. Oh, Soul Calibur 4 is what I was thinking about.
Oh, if a Grinch was a fighting character in like a Soul Calibur game, in the same way that they added like Spawn and Link and a Todd McFarlane character that was custom made for Soul Calibur, I believe 2, or was it 3? I believe it was 2 on the GameCube, PlayStation 2, and Xbox. And one of the characters from Tekken was in the PlayStation 2 version of Soul Calibur 2. And I believe that those characters were not considered to be top tier characters. Maybe I would say if we're saying a top tier is like a S tier, then maybe those were B tier characters.
Thank you
to whomever that was for.
My name is Sinistar's brother.
So we're looking at the chat. We're looking at what people are saying about the Game of the Year awards for 2004's Guardian Heroes Advance, the game that took the home the award for a game that makes you pull over to the side of the road to look it up and make sure it's real. So that's the 2004. And we got more awards to give. So forward on with the game. Oh, this is the big one, Alan. This is a game that came out in 2003. Award goes to Dot Hack Quarantine Part 4. This was a game that was did not come out in 2004. It came out the year before, but almost made the cut. But unfortunately, because it came out in 2003, does not get any awards for 2004 in terms of gameplay wise, in terms of graphics or art direction or play mechanics. It's just a game that came out in 2003.
We've gained 10 more viewers, and I don't think we got any more followers or subs. But so, please make the channel a big success. We need help. We need a lot of help.
Well, positivity wins the battle, Alan. So the more positive that you are, the more energetic you are, the more that you hit the buttons at the right time to make the breaking news and the no one talks about this and the EGI 2004 Game of the Year award for a game that came out in 2003, Dot Hack Quarantine Part 4. Then you get that. That's how it works. You gotta manifest. You have to actually do the work. You gotta throw your arms out. Point at the wall. Point at the sky. Wiggle it around. You got all the wires.
Jeez.
We did the unboxing. We're gonna get it, Alan. This is ours. We just have to take it.
Yes.
So
yes.
Next go. The game that I never played because looking at it makes me tired goes to Capcom Fighting Evolution.
Wow, look at that. Look at that.
And it wasn't funny video game news because it was in fact this is a true thing. I don't. Sometimes you look at a Capcom game, you see it in the arcade as it did come out in 2004, the arcade version of Capcom Fighting Evolution. And looking at it was just an exhausting enterprise that I decided to walk away from it, even when the actual home console ports for Capcom Fighting Evolution came out in 2005. Alan. Next up,
Mad Violence 1. Capcom games can be scary.
Capcom games can be scary. They can be very exhausting to look at. There's too many. It's almost like Capcom fighting games where Twitch, in terms of.
Ring.
Ring. Ring.
This is this Sinistar brother calling back in.
You're on the air with EGI.
I just forgot.
Stream 4.
I never hung up, and I just want to say that Robbie is my favorite sweatiest elf, and Allan is Santa.
Merry Christmas to
you,
everybody who
and
celebrates it,
to all
and
a good night.
And to the people who don't celebrate Christmas.
Happy holidays. And to all a good night.
And to all a good night.
And it is the season.
And 'tis the season. 2004's Game of the Year Awards continues with the Pointiest Hill Award.
Oh,
this is the pointiest hill, and
wow,
you can't
look at that.
if you can't. I had to draw on this slide so people could see the pointiest hill.
Wow.
In fact, it is not one of the closer hills in the background.
Pointy.
It is in fact it is in fact the one kind of on the second level. If that can be considered parallax, then that's where the hype train. The hype train is coming.
I see that.
People
we have a hype train.
People are hyped about the pointiest hill.
We have a hype train.
Let's get the
Let's
chat
get the hype
going.
train going. Let's get a hype train.
Let's
do it.
Get the skull.
A level
PC
1
up.
hype train.
So
we have 4 more
we got the
minutes.
skull PC.
4 more minutes. Show the skull. Quick, show the
give
skull.
me the PlayStation 5. Quick. Put
Shoot.
the PlayStation 5 up here because people respond. Wealth responds to wealth. So get that up. We got the cup. We got the skull PC. We got the PlayStation 5. Hype train is 62% level 1. Hype train.
Hype train level 100. If we get to a level 25 hype train, we'll give away the PlayStation.
And if we get to level 25,
if we get to a level,
the sexual candle
we'll get the
holder.
sexual candle holder if we get 1,000 subscribers. No,
and again,
followers.
a reminder that this is all a hype train as a result of that pointiest hill. And we all knew that the pointiest hill was going to be the big one.
Big win.
Tonight. It was going to be. Everyone was saying that maybe the pointiest hill would go to like one of the, not one of the Ratchet and Clank games, but maybe something on the GameCube. But in fact, it went to Lord of the Rings.
Oh, another hype train! Another hype train! Yay! We did it! Let's keep going the hype train. If we get
Let's
to
keep the hype train going.
level hype train, we'll give away the
Exactly
PlayStation
what we're doing.
5.
No one else is talking about the hype train. No one else is talking about the pointiest hill in the Lord of the Rings, the Third Age. But Alan, let's see what people are saying in the chat about Lord of the Pointy.
Shoot. Okay. So let me get to the chat, and thank you for being the hype train. Another hype train is happening. Another hype train is happening. We got another hype train. Yay! Breaking news! Breaking news! No one else is talking about this other hype train.
Okay, no one else is talking about what. And thank you again to
People
our
are
sponsor,
flipping out in the
FrameGrind.
chat. People are flipping out in the
mini
chat.
PCs that cost around $800. We've got the
Ooh,
pointiest hill
wow.
award is coming. About 43% for the level 3 hype
Oh,
train.
we're almost at
It
a
says
level 4
43,
hype,
but that means that
hype
it's
train.
44. I mean, it's 45.
We're losing viewers. We're losing viewers,
People
but the
don't wanna
hype
watch
train
this.
is going
People aren't happy
crazy.
about being asked to pay money for something like this. So they are gonna. The hype train has stalled at 43%. We got to get the hype
Please,
train up.
come on, get the hype train
I don't
going, you
know.
guys.
So when we ask people to get the hype train, are we asking for people to give us just more?
100 bits coming on.
money at
Throw
us?
mo-
Like
I think I don't know how it works,
so
but
if you think about,
I want it to
we're at
happen.
the point in the show where we try to question exactly what it is we're doing, and I'm not 100% sure. So let's go ahead and continue on. The hype train seems to be
please
stalled
use
out at level 3, 43%.
please use emojis of
Please.
Allan as like 1,000 emojis of me as fast as you can. Everyone just spam the chat so the algorithm thinks Allan is popular. And I think that if we get enough hype, maybe Robbie will pay James and the sound quality of the shit, and everything will go up. We only go up from here. Life is only getting better. Okay, Joe Botnick is spamming the chat with Allan emojis. We're getting Allan emojis, Allan emojis. And maybe I don't know if there's like a sort of Santa Allan emoji, but that would be kind of fun too. Sorry to disrupt. Breaking news: we get 4 more minutes on this hype train. And we would love to get to the next level. And just gamifying capitalism is just so much fun. Everything is just fun. The pointiest hill. I'm just chatting. We got 100 bits from Uncle. Uncle gave us 100 bits. Lots of me. Oh, there's like a squished Allan in the chat. There's a walking man. People are just loving EGI2. Oh, we got 3 more viewers. We
got 3 more viewers. Welcome to the
Welcome
show.
to the show. If you're just tuning in,
EGI2 Stream 4 is of course sponsored by FrameGrind, a game that came out in the sort of 1999 year 2000 period, and of course mini gaming desktop. So if you were a sponsor, if you are interested in sponsoring EGI2 Stream 4, you would be of course seeing that we would, every time we get new viewers, we would show your sponsorships again. And we were also, and if you. We did an unboxing video where we took a bunch of these wires out of a box, and then we had this yoga block that we put a skull on, so it looks like a Minis Forum NCUXI7. Allan?
Yes, that is right. And just a little, I just want to give Robbie some kudos, because as soon as he put that pointy hill, that's the wrong one. As soon as he put that pointy hill image up on screen, the hype train went absolutely insane. We got more viewers than I could have ever even hoped to have had. And so let's just keep it going, you guys. Let's thank Robbie for the pointy hill.
Let's go forward to the next.
Okay.
Next award goes to this for Silent Hill for the Room.
Okay. So the hype train is stalled out on the pointy on the Silent Hill. People go back to the pointy hill.
Are people chatting? Because I'm only seeing the last person that chatted is Moby190 who gifted 100 bits.
Yes, and they're saying no one else is talking about this.
No one else is talking about this. In fact, no one else is talking, and
this
we're
is the
all
best
alone, and we are all we're
best
all
room in the game.
Silent Hill 4 means that no one's getting to see where
EGI2 Stream 4.
Silent Hill the Room just won this prestigious award.
People are freaking out. They are so excited. They are giving so many bits and bytes. And if you can just help us at all, apparently we are quite desperate for all kinds of help. Let's just keep it going. Let's just keep the excitement moving. Our hype train has fully stalled out on level 3. I don't know if that's good or bad or how many levels.
You're seeing that exact same chats. The last person that's chatted is Moby190.
No,
First of all,
no,
shout out to Moby190 for giving 100 bits.
That was probably a long time. That might be an old hype train or something, because I think your chat has stalled. Oh, okay, someone just gave us a bunch of bits and bytes.
So bits and bytes are here for the 2004 and 2005
Game Quarter
awards.
Tier 1 sub. They gave out all these subs.
Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the bits.
I'll go fix the chat.
We've successfully gamified late stage capitalism to the point where people are doing things that maybe at one point, if you were sort of a wandering nomad somewhere out there in the Eurasian steppe, and you were to walk into a room and see people doing this, maybe it would just kill you right there on the spot. And that's what we're doing here tonight, Allan.
Absolute.
And what do you? And Allan, you've got you're up there. You're not answering any calls. You're just at the computer.
I'm at your computer. I'm trying to. Oh,
we're at the hype
We're
train.
at level 5 hype train. We're at level 5 hype train. We were looking at the wrong
We've
chat.
got
We
the
were looking
pointiest-
at.
So people, let's go back to the pointiest hill award. That
We
seems
were
to be
looking at
getting
the
a-
wrong
Sorry, we were looking
chat.
at the wrong chat. We actually had a level 5
Five.
hype train, and in fact, the
Wow,
chat has been going
thank you
a lot
so
better
much.
than we.
I think that's for our stream.
I'm
Oh,
so
I dropped
sorry,
the
Allan,
Steam
because
Deck.
I thought that when we saw that the hype train was
Stalled
stalled,
out.
it
That
seemed
was
like
just
the whole
that
show
was someone
coming
else's
to an end.
chat.
But in fact, the show is. We
People
are
do
in
like the
third
show.
Hour. We have not even gotten through the 2000.
Level 5. Let's go.
We have not even gotten through to the 2005 Game of the Year.
We're at
awards, Allan.
88%.
So let's go ahead and give out the final award.
91%. Oh, we're gonna get it. We got 100 bit. Indie Joe gave us 100 bits. Thank you so much. We're doing so good, you guys.
Thank you for help.
Oh
Thank
my-
you for
this is
helping
insane.
to reward us for doing
is-
this complete and utter nonsense. It's not. It's hard to imagine a worse use of your time, but the fact that you are here and the fact that you believe in what we're doing makes us want to continue to be better, to do more, and to be better people, Allan.
Thank you.
Because that's the whole point of this holiday season. Is to be the best-
Absolutely, this is what it's about.
to be the best damn person you
Okay,
can be.
we want to be very careful with the PlayStation
Okay.
5. It is super expensive. It is super. We're just gonna put the. It goes on its side.
let's take the PlayStation 5 down because we do need to put that on. Well, we need to.
If
pack
we
that
get
up
to
for
a
the
level
Amtrak
20,
train
if we get to a
in
level
few
200
days.
hype train,
We've
we're
got
gonna
a
give
level 5
we're gonna give
almost
away
to
the
level-
gift.
We won't. If we get to level 25, you're going to
200
give away your PlayStation
I'll
5,
level,
Allan?
I'll level. No, this is your PlayStation,
PlayStation
5.
5.
This is, if we get to a level 205 hype train, I don't. I think
what are
that's.
we gonna, we can't,
I
so
think it's a statistic
we're gonna have to give one to Stephen
impossibility.
Kick, so we're going to have to figure out that.
All right,
So
we'll
maybe
figure that out.
just-
But I
we'll
will. If we get
have
to
to wait a little while.
1,000 followers, we're giving one of the subscribers a very hypersexualized candle holder made of stone.
Well, we got 100% on the level 5.
Oh
so now
my
we're at
God,
We're somehow at the
wow.
level 6. Hype
This is
train,
not what
the
I thought I'd be
skull-
doing
the
with my
skull
time,
piece-
but here we
We've got
are.
the skull PC back up. We got people
Level
want to see
6.
the PlayStation 5, Allan.
Well, you
Well,
can see it. They can see it on its side. I just don't want to
Wealth,
default.
Wealth responds to wealth, and
Well-
so and also chat responds to Little Wooden Cup. So let's continue.
This is a very
on the Game of
expensive
the Year
watch.
Awards 2004. We've given it pointiest award. We've given an award for this,
Hype train
and now
level
we're going to
6.
go ahead and give the final award for 2004. It's the EGI 2004 Game of the Year Award. Of course, goes to none other than Wrath Unleashed.
Yay! Wrath Unleashed.
Wrath Unleashed is, of course, a game published by LucasArts and a game that defies a lot of expectations for a game that came out in 2004, especially level 6 hype train, 7%. Setting the record, keep going until the clock runs out. I'm reading all the words. What does it say there, Allan? People liking the wooden cup?
People love the wooden cup.
Let's
Woo!
see more of the cup.
People are
let's
so
go-
excited. People, I've never
show
seen
them-
people more
show
excited.
them The cup.
Show them the cup.
the
Show them the
cup.
cup. There it is, folks. This is what it's all about. And if you enjoy this sort of, show them the cup. Okay.
Show them the cup.
This
Okay,
is
we
the
got
cup. If you enjoy this sort of content, please get one of your friends to rate us with their more popular channel. If you have a hot tub channel, rate us. Go into other hot tub channels, tell them to rate us. And I'm gonna just to get the level hype train off of level 6 and all the way up to level 7, I'm gonna do a quick splattering of images with the Stream Deck. So cut to my
let's do a quick.
cut to my cut to me.
3, 2, 1,
Cut
go.
to me, cut to me.
Cut to you, Allan.
Okay, everybody. The more I do this, the more you should give us bits and bytes and subs and just get us up. Okay, whoa. Here we go. Look at that. Look at that. Wow. Look at that. Okay, this should get this subs
How did
going.
those get on? How did those get on?
They were on my phone, but somehow they're on the deck.
So again.
Okay.
Great. That was so that all went down perfectly well, exactly as planned.
We got a
and
little
we
bit
are
more
giving
hype.
our 2004 EGI 2004 Game of the Year Award to Wrath Unleashed, a game that defies a lot of conventional wisdom
Robbie,
about
Robbie,
what Wrath
show them-
Unleashed should be. It was an arena fighter.
Show them the the hill again, because that was working, and now
People-
that's
people
not
like
working.
the pointy hill, so let's go back to the pointy hill. Pointy
There
hill.
it is.
Pointy
Okay,
Hill,
tell your
Pointiest
friends.
Hill for EGI 2004 goes to Lord of the Rings: The Third Age. This award goes to Silent Hill for the Room.
Just stay on the
We
pointy hill.
got-
Whoa!
We got 1,000. We got
1,000 bytes, 1,000 bits.
in Hill.
Thank
People
you so
want the Hill.
much.
They want the
Thank
the
you,
Hill, They
Uncle.
want the Silent Hill 4, and they want the Pointy
Thank you,
Hill.
Owen
But
Rips.
apparently, people are not excited
Holy
about
crap.
the EGI 2004 Game of the Year Award, Wrath Unleashed. That defies expectations.
Thank you,
We're
Owen
at 37%
Rip.
for the level 6.
Thank you so much.
We were so
Thank
happy.
you. This is incredible. We're
What are people
getting
saying about Wrath Unleashed in
They,
the chat?
they're
now?
wondering about the cup. It's all about the cup. I wonder if there's a
people-
cup on that hill.
All right, let's show them the hill. Show them there's the pointy hill.
Cut
There's
to
this.
the cup.
There's
Cut to the cup.
Wrath Unleashed.
Cut from the
And
hill
we
to the
got
cup.
and
Now
we have
cut to the hill. Now cut to the hill. They want to see the hill. They want to see
We're
the
stuck
cup.
at 37% hype train. I think
The
that we've
po-
probably reached the limit of what the hype train could do for us during
No,
EGI 2004.
I think we can get better. We
If
can
we
get the level
have
set.
anybody who wants to call in, but when I say call in, because the phone lines are not working, what I mean is to
Call,
chat
text,
a question into the
chat your call to me. I'll be your avatar. I'll call Robbie, and I'll be as you. So start your chat with ring ring, so I know it's a call.
Oh, that's a great idea. So if you type
If I
in
see ring ring, we'll get a level hype 7 train, and
I didn't. Mossy Lump says, "Did I miss you? Guess Septura Core? Was that the game that you were? Was that the game that Mossy Lump was thinking of?
Maybe.
Oh yeah, that probably would have come out in 2004, 2006. I was also gonna guess Sudeki.
Okay.
Great.
Any no callers? Call now with your ring ring
Ring, 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 ring. What are people?
Ring,
What are
ring,
people saying
ring,
about
ring.
the DDR2
Ring,
2004
ring.
Game of the Year, Wrath Unleashed? Which
Cut
of course,
to me when I call. Ring ring.
So
ring,
Wrath
ring.
Unleashed was kind of an interesting game because it
Cut
was
to
a mix
me
of
when
a
I
real-time
call.
strategy game and
Ring, ring.
ring, ring,
Ring
Hello,
ring.
you're on the
Hello,
air with
Robbie.
EGI2
Hi,
Stream 4.
Robbie. This is Uncle Owen Rip. What
Oh, wow.
game on Robbie's Steam wish list
Mossy Lump
is he
in the
going to
chat
get?
says it was Septura Core that Joe Botnick had guessed at front of the show. Wonderful brother from across the Atlantic Ocean.
Ring,
Joe
ring.
Botnick has always been a friend of the show, has always helped us to meet these goals, and has proven himself time and again to be one of the great monumental men of Christmas and this in this joyous holiday season. So ring, ring, ring.
Ring,
You're
ring,
on
ring.
there with EGI2. What's
Hi,
your question
my
about
ma-
Wrath
hi, Ro-
Unleashed?
My name is Mad Violence Ring Ring. Hi, Robbie. Question for Allan. Where did you and Cheryl meet? I'll go over to your shot. Oh, thank you so much for the question. That is such an. Thank you so much for the question. That is such a nice question. Cheryl and I actually just met at the bar, just a standard organic. I actually bonked my drink into her drink, and our drinks splashed into each other's drinks, and we were like, "Oh God, this is so crazy!" But we both took a sip of it. We hit a new level, I think. An all-time record shattered. And we just sipped each other's drinks until we were so drunk that we just decided to just go home.
Great, thank you for that, Alan.
Thank you for your call.
Back to you, Alan. We do have more awards to give us.
Wow,
on this,
thank
in
you for
this-
telling
on
me
this
that.
holiday evening. With, of course, the 2005 Game of the Year awards. If people thought the 2004 Game of the Year awards was crazy, then the 2005. I don't know what else. There's a bunch
There's
of
a
windows
lot
that are
of
popping
things
up,
going on.
and it's impossible to tell. I suppose
Hype
at some point we
train.
should probably.
New hype train.
Mad Violence 1. Oh, can't even see this. Okay, there's so many things that are happening all at once, Alan, and I'm so excited to bring
Thank
EGI
you.
2004's 2005 Euro
Thank you.
Awards one step further into 2005.
Joe
for
Bodnick did
and
something.
The most drippiest, most boat, and also some real-time lighting in a game award goes to Deep Fear. Of course, Deep Fear, the survival horror game that takes place on a boat. People are blown away by not only how many drips there are on the main character of Deep Fear, but how much boat there is, and the real-time lighting effects that some people will in some sections of the game, Alan, people said the real-time lighting reminded them of Doom 3, and this was at the time in 2004 when Doom 3 was, in fact, the killer app of lighting.
Yes, and I do want to just give a quick cheers to Joe Botnick, who did something. I missed what you did, but everyone's very happy that you did it. And thanks for staying up late as always. And I hope you always will stay up late on these streams. And cheers to you for whatever you did. Back to you, Robbie.
Future Cinema says Deep Fear is pretty boss. I have to agree that Deep Fear is boss, but there's less boat in Deep Fear than Cold Fear, even though Deep Fear potentially should have more boat. Unfortunately, because it takes place primarily on a underwater station and not a boat, it does. Even if it had come out in 2004, it would not have won the award for the drippiest most boat and also some real lighting award because one, not enough drips, 2, no real time lighting, and 3, not more boat than Deep Fear. Alan.
It is so true.
So,
that
Alan, I
Deep
want you to
Fear-
take a second here with the cup because I was thinking, I had a thought that I'd like to share with you. As this was if you kind of go back to the ancient days, the old world, the time of magic and prophets. You think about artifacts. You think about things that you might find in the sand or in some old sewer system somewheres. In one of those classic old cities of that period, and sometimes you find a weird cup, and sometimes I think sometimes the cup has some kind of a sigil or a rune on it, and I want you to picture that the cup does have a sigil or a rune on it, And the cup is, in fact, a blessed item. And what the blessing is positivity, Alan, because on this holiday season, at this time of year, positivity is crucial to everything. And this is the time of year to be the most positive that you can be, to drink the cup with the positivity in it, and to manifest itself into the EGI2 Stream 4 Game of the Year Awards 2005.
Ring, 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 ring.
Ring, 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 ring.
Ring, 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 ring. Hi, Robbie.
Hey, Alan.
Hey, no.
Hey, Noah.
Nope.
Hey, Noah.
Nope. My name is HMN Person. Ring, ring. Human Person here from LA. Robbie, what do you think of Sonic Adventures 3 from 2004?
Sonic Adventures 3?
It was one of my faves.
You mean Sonic Adventure 3 did not come. Well, there's no Sonic Adventures 3. That's someone's messing with your mind, son. So you gotta come correct or not come at all. That's what I say about people that try to play games with the EGI2 Stream 4 Game of the Year Awards 2005.
Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you for taking the time, though, to chat in and to call in through Allan, through the avatar that is Allan Resnick, EGI2's most loyal and most devoted partner in show business.
Yep.
So slide forward is the button that I'm going to press now for the EGI2 Stream Game of the Year Awards 2005. The next one is the award of the game that got a sequel.
Ring, ring.
Ring, 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 ring.
Whoops.
Game that got a sequel.
Sonic.
2004.
Whoops.
No, Sonic. Oh, Sonic Advance 3.
3.
Yeah, Sonic Advance 3 is a hardcore Sonic Advance game. It's I think that Sonic Advance 2, as most people will say, that Sonic Advance 2 is the better of the Sonic Advance trilogy, but it is certainly a lot of fun to play, and I don't mind. A lot of people don't like those hard lines that are in those Sonic Advance games. The Game Boy Advance, of course, has the issue of having its initial hardware iterations not have a backlight, and so a lot of the games had to add in extra saturation and extra contrast, so people that did not have a backlight Game Boy Advance could see better. And the Sonic Advance games, I think, are the games that probably suffer the worst from that. Well, if you try to play Sonic Advance games on a retro one of those retro handhelds, like the one that we could have an EGI2 sponsor.
Stop.
We could have an EGI2 Stream 5 sponsor, perhaps, retro gaming handhelds. If people would want to send us, like Alibaba, someone that has like Alibaba storefront could send us retro gaming handhelds, that'd be great. So I hope that answers your questions. Next
Thank you. Bye.
Next slide is, of course, game that got a sequel award, Area 51. People didn't think that Area 51 was going to get a sequel when, of course, the good people at Area 51 developers, Midway. Of course, Midway was the publisher, I think, Alan, not, in fact, the developer of Area 51. But Midway came back some years later with Area 51 sequel, and I think it was called Area 51 Black Site and not Area 52, which to me seems like an odd thing to have missed out on, Alan.
Ring, ring.
Ring, ring to you, Alan.
Hey, first-time caller. My name is Mad Violence 1. Ring, ring.
Yeah.
And I have a question for you, Robbie. Is it Area 51-2, or is it Area 52, or is it Area 51 and then parentheses square question mark?
I believe it's Area 51. It's just called Area 51. It was sort of a remastering of the arcade light gun game Area 51 that, of course, had full motion graphics and pre-rendered backgrounds. But it was a fully featured first-person shooter in the vein of something like Red Faction 2, of course, the second Red Faction game with very large reticles. So next 2005 Game of the Year goes to, of course, a game everyone will remember in 20 years. Beautiful Joe Red Hot Rumble. If you like Smash Brothers, if you like the PlayStation All-Stars, then you're going to love Beautiful Joe Red Hot Rumble, because 20 years from its release in 2004, 2005, no one else is talking about this. No one else is talking about Beautiful Joe Red Hot Rumble anymore, and not to say that we can't talk about it in 20 years, but 20 years from now, but 20 years, this is the one that we're talking about.
Ring, ring.
Ring, ring, Alan.
Ring, ring. Hey, Robbie. This is Jinx.
Well, Joe Bodnick says Beautiful Joe is amazing, and Joe Bodnick is right. Beautiful Joe and Beautiful Joe 2 are amazing games. The PSP and Nintendo DS Beautiful Joe games are still good, but not quite as good, but I think that most people will say that Red Hot Rumble was a bit what do you call it, Alan, when things are kind of lukewarm?
Just room temperature.
Room temperature, Beautiful Joe Red Hot Rumble for people that wanted to play Smash Brothers but didn't like any of the characters. that were in the Smash Brothers game. They wanted more Beautiful Joe
I'm on
characters. That
hold.
Beautiful Joe
I'm on
Red Hot
hold.
Rumble was for them. So apparently I did something where you have to go through all of the slides in the awards show for the EGI 2005 Game of the Year awards. But that
It's
is
ringing.
okay.
It's ringing.
Okay,
It is
who
ringing.
is it?
Ring, 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 ring. Hey, this is Jinx_Helenkin. And ring, ring, Robbie and Allan. Do you think the Sega CD title They? What do you think of the Sega CD title They?
I think
it was
Sega
hold
CD
on. I still don't answer yet. I think it was underrated highly and one of the best RPGs to date. Back to you, Robbie.
I wouldn't say that Vey is one of the best RPGs to date, but I do think it's a highly underrated game that absolutely deserves some sort of a re-release on a modern platform. Perhaps something like
Click.
Digital Eclipse or not Nightdive Studios, because they really don't do JRPGs. But Vey was.
They hung up.
Okay, thanks for hanging
But I
up. and we
have
gotta
a
go
note. I have a
forward.
note for callers. If you're going to call, please use your points or your bits or whatever you need to do to highlight your thing. Say ring ring, and then start your chat with, "Hi Robbie and Allan. This is blank from blank." Say where you're
Uncle
from.
Owen Rip says ring ring.
Oh ring. Oh shoot.
So Uncle Owen Rip says ring ring.
Oh Uncle. Oh ring 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 ring. It's ringing ring ring.
Ring 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 ring
Ring,
ring
ring.
ring. Okay, so while we're waiting for Uncle Owen Rip to connect, then let's go ahead and give out our next 2005 Game of the Year award, which of course is the most watched goes to and this won't be a surprise at all, but Dark Watch, the first-person shooter game set in a horrific vision of the Old West, kind of a place of the Old West that should have never existed in reality, and shouldn't have existed in the first place. And congratulations to Dark Watch for most watch. And people thought that maybe Dark Watch for 2005 would receive the award for most West in 2005, but because it does not have West in the name, it does not deserve that specific acclamation. It doesn't deserve it.
Ring.
Allan, what are people saying? What are people saying? What is Ring Ring saying on
ring,
the phone?
Ring ring. Gun Pixie says
You're
ring
on
ring.
the air with EGI2. What are you saying about Dark Watch?
Hey Robbie, first time caller from Turbos. Oh, this is Turbozerger. Hey Robbie, first time caller from caller Turbozerger here, and it's not too late to nominate Katamari Damacy for biggest Katamari award in 2004.
I believe that Katamari Damacy would win the most Katamari Damacy award for 2004, but unfortunately EGI2 Game of the Year 2004 does not have an award for that specific category. But if you were going to make your own Game of the Year awards, then you could give games whatever awards you want to give them in whatever order you please.
Ring,
so
ring.
thank you for your call. Ring ring. Click.
Ring ring ring
Next-
ring ring ring.
next-
This is Uncle Owen from tattooing.
Uncle Owen Rip, ring ring. This is Uncle
Uncle
Owen from tattooing.
and I don't have a question. I just want to say Allan is doing a great job, and I learned so much from Robbie. Thank you. What a sweet comment. Click. I gotta go. Bye. Click.
Okay, click. And 2005 is going fast. So we got Beautiful Joe, Dark Watch, and now we have the Game Boy Advance that is most likely to be mistaken for a Atari Jaguar game. And this would have been a good question for Stephen Kick, because he does work for Atari. Ice 9, of course, is the custom engine first-person shooter game on the Game Boy Advance. And you can't imagine, Allan, how do you play a game like Ice 9 on the Game Boy Advance with just the two face buttons and the D-pad and the shoulder buttons?
Ring ring. Ring ring.
Ring ring. Hello,
Ring,
you're on
ring.
the air with EGI2 Scene
They
Stream
picked up.
4.
They picked up. Hi, Robbie. This is Adam from Toronto, and I was wondering what you think of the 2005 game Condemned Criminal Origins. Back to you,
2005
Robbie.
game Condemned Criminal Origins is one of those games that I should have asked Nightdive founder and former CEO, now studio head of Nightdive Studios, about Condemned Criminal Origins. It was on the list, but I lost the list for the games I was going to ask Stephen Kick about, and that was going to be another list for later in the list.
Ring ring.
Thank you for your,
I
thank you
hung
for your
up. Bye.
call. Will be
Ring 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 ring.
Grim's
What?
Awakening says Resident Evil 4 Game of the Year. Ha ha ha! Not quite. Resident Evil 4, the 2004-5 Game of the Year award has not been announced yet on EGI2, but we have given the award for most watch. Most Game Boy Advance game most likely to be mistaken for Atari Jaguar game. And now the largest reticle in a Far Cry game goes to Far Cry Instincts, Allan. And if you could get a little bit closer, I think you should get a little bit closer to the screen. You can see how big that reticle is. That aiming reticle is quite enormous. So I'm gonna
Ring ring.
if you can see, it's kind of a large,
Yes,
not a point, but a large circle. Giovanni H. Ring ring. I'm Gio from Texas. I'm so proud of the success of the show and the cup on the table.
Robbie, ring ring.
Oh, ring ring. Oh, sorry, you're answering the phone, not me.
Yes. Oh, you want me to do the Geo? Okay. Okay, ring ring. I'm Gio from Texas. I'm so proud of the success of the show and the cup on the table. I'm happy Deep Fear got What Game Award. Clancy is my favorite Deep Fear character, and A highlight of the platform, I think. Ring ring. Okay, got to go
Deep
by
Fear
click.
didn't get any award. It was in fact, or was it Deep Fear, or was it Cold Fear? Did I give the award to Deep Fear? Let's go. Hold on. Oh,
Deep Fear. Shoot.
Crap.
God damn it.
Oh,
shit.
really
Fuck me.
sucks.
Fuck. Okay, it's okay. Ring ring. Oh man. Ring ring. Ring ring.
There
Ring
was
ring.
no drift. Okay, so
Ring
that
ring.
that
ring,
award
ring.
does
Robbie,
not
I
deserve
hear. I
to go to
hear.
Deep Fear.
Robbie,
It
this is
deserves to
Allan.
go
I
to
hear.
Cold Fear.
I hear a call.
Cold Fear is the
Ring,
correct.
ring.
Turbo Zorger says Cold Fear is the correct game. It is the correct game. That is egg on my face for the 2005 Game of the Year awards. It's going to be difficult to recover from this, but we're going to try our best because it is the holiday season and,
think we have a
we
call.
must drink from the cup, Allan. So let's get a shot of Allan drinking from the positivity cup so we can have maybe we can get some of that positivity back. How does it feel? How does it feel to have the warmth of positivity flow back through you, Allan?
It feels so good. It's rejuvenating me from all this, the heat of the room and the mold in the room. Ring, 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 ring.
Future Cinema in the chat was saying that, sorry, something about the Warriors, but we can't get to the Warriors, so we got another ring. Hi, Robbie and Allan.
No, let me do it.
Oh, sorry.
Ring, ring.
Hello,
ring,
you're
ring.
on the air
I
with
lost the one.
EGI2.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Robbie. Let me find the one I was going to do. Oh, shoot. It was, I'll just, shoot. Let me just read this one, okay?
Metal Arm.
Hi, Robbie. This is an old one. This is an old one I was trying to do. Ring, ring.
Hi,
Robbie
Someone's
and
talking
Allan.
about Metal Orange Glitch in the
We'll
System.
get to it. This is Cat from New York. I would like to nominate Lego Star Wars as the only video game Cat played that was released in 2005. Now, which one did you want me to read?
I wanted you to read the one about Metal Arm's Glitch in the
Got
System.
Hi, ring, 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 ring.
Ring, ring,
ring,
hello,
ring,
you're on the
ring, ring.
EGI2 Game of the Year Awards 2005.
Hi, Robbie and Allan. This is Kimball from Providence.
Providence, Rhode Island,
Providence?
classic town, hometown of the old man himself, H.P. Lovecraft.
Yep.
And many other
Racist old man.
people from Congress who have represented the Providence constituencies.
Ring, ring. Yes, that is, you know about it. What do you think of Metal Arms Glitch in the System 2003? I bought it in 2005 after much research and sort of enjoyed it.
I think Metal Arms Glitch in the System, some of Providence is one of the finest examples of a third-person shooter done right from that period of time. I want to be quite honest to you, be as transparent as I possibly could. It almost won the award for 2004's Game of the Year award for the game that was released in 2003, but in fact did not make the cut because Dot Hack Quarantine Part 4 just came out a little bit more in 2003 than Metal Arms Glitch in the System. But I think Metal Arms Glitch in the System is another game that if Stephen Kick from Nightdive Studios was to come back and answer some more of these questions, I think Metal Arms Glitch in the System would be one of the questions that we would force him to answer here live on the Game of the Year Awards 2004 and 2005. But we have forward slide, largest reticle. Thank you, congratulations, Far Cry Instincts, and the next goes to Call of Cthulhu, Dark Corners of the Earth.
Wow.
Dog Teeth misses Steven. We all miss Steven. He's a fantastic example of a human being, but the fact of the matter is that one has to do other things with their lives and with their evenings, especially during this period of time. But we did just give out a year award for Call of Cthulhu, Dark Corners of the Earth. Allan?
Blah. And if you're just tuning in, the phones are down. That's why I've been saying ring, ring, and pretending to be the callers. If you wanted to call in, highlight your chat, type ring, ring in the chat, and say, I'm blank from wherever you're from. With your question, I will act as your avatar. That's why we're doing this.
Ring, ring. The poll has ended with 50% for Ring. So that somebody did that, and that happened.
So
and
much.
now it looks like Sinistar Brothers says looks like a monster from Godzilla Destroy All Monsters. It is not. In fact, it is in fact Dagon.
Ring, ring,
Dagon
ring, ring.
Dagon from Call of Cthulhu. Call of Cthulhu: Dark Corners of the Earth. That is Dagon. You fight him at the end of Call of Cthulhu: Dark Corners of the Earth. Breaking news. This just in. Don't want to put those graphics up because then we have to scroll all the way back through the slides, and we potentially hit the button too many times, and then we Giuseppe spent all the points on the poll. Sir, thank you for Giuseppe Jojo. Thank you for spending points on the poll. Not exactly sure what that means, but
ring, ring,
for
ring,
Call
ring.
of Cthulhu, Dark Corners of
Robbie,
the
pick
Earth.
up.
And the next award goes to, I'm pretty sure that you fly in this game.
You're gonna like
award,
this call. Ring,
goes
ring.
to Indigo Prophecy.
Robbie, it's a prank call.
Allan,
Ring,
answer
ring.
the phone.
Okay, ring, ring, blah. That was a prank call from
that's
Catherine Thunderglass. Said ring, ring, blah.
Very funny. Very people. It's not just a video game news and awards show. It's also a comedy show, and people should feel free to be as funny as they can be, because that is the kind
Ring,
of
ring.
that's the kind of people we are. We're not just serious people. We are people that like to have a good time. We like to have a good laugh.
Ring, ring.
We like to unbox things for
Ring, ring.
for sponsors,
Ring,
potential
ring.
sponsors such as Frame Drive and Dreamcast or mini gaming desktops.
Ring, ring.
Potential ring. You're on the air with EGI2 Game of the Year Awards 2004 and
Ring, ring.
2005. Alan.
Ring, ring. Hi, Robbie and Allan. Caller from the UK here. And can I nominate Oddworld Stranger's Wrath as the most rodent shot from a crossbow?
More, if we don't give out that particular award, but if you were to make that award for EGI2 2005, did Stranger's Wrath come out in 2000? Yeah, it did come out in 2005. Early 2005 release for Oddworld Stranger's Wrath.
Oh.
Absolutely fantastic game, but unfortunately not on the Game of the Year awards list. Not
Click.
shortlisted for anything, because we did have more lists. We did have more awards to give out for drippy games and for games that got sequels, games that people forgot, games that had the most watch, looked like Jaguar games, big reticles, and blah. So that's we're having a lot of fun. Next up is pretty sure that you fly award. Pretty sure that you fly in this game award goes to Indigo Prophecy, and this is another award that if I had given myself a little bit more time to make the Game of the Year awards, so 2005 awards, then maybe I would have written that one a little bit differently, with a little bit more like the people would have liked it better. But I skipped through it as quickly as I possibly could, Alan.
And it's been entertaining the whole time. We've only lost about 10 viewers. So we have a floor of about 110 viewers who just love this stuff. They eat it up.
Well, thank you so much for everybody who's stuck with us. We're on
Thank you.
We've gone through hour 3 and we're now on hour 4. We still have plenty of content left to get through. So let's go ahead and
very long.
Finish up the 2005 Game of the Year awards, or not finish them up, but at least give out a few more. Fewest appearances by Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy Award goes to Haunting Ground. This one's for you, Alan. I know you had a lot of fun with that one, and
Yay, they weren't in it.
This is a special one, and it absolutely was 100% going to have to go to this one, Haunting Ground. And people love Rule of the Rose. They love Haunting Ground. They love survival horror games where women run around, run away. They love Clock Tower 3. But the fact of the matter is that one game in 2005 had the fewest appearances by Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, and that was Haunting Ground.
You never know when they're not going to show up.
And of course, the Game of the Year awards for 2004-5 goes to Metroid Prime Pinball and Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks. Back to you, Alan. So let's see what people are saying about the 2004 and 2005 Game of the Year awards.
I'll check. Ring, ring. Oh, shit. Fuck me. Ring. Ring, ring.
Marco, Mad Violence
Ring,
is
ring.
Marco from San Diego.
Marco from San Diego. Why were there so many scary Capcom games coming out in 2004 and 2005?
Why were there so many?
Why were there so many scary Capcom games?
Because of the success of Resident Evil.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Bye.
you
Click.
so much for the question. Great question. Obvious answer. So ring on the chat if you want to talk to if you want to ask questions with Alan as your voice, as your avatar. Drink from the cup, and ring.
Oh shit. Fuck. Ring.
It's
Hi.
Brett 66.
Hello. Ring. It's me. Hello.
Hello, you're on the air with EGI2. What did you think of the 2004 and 2005 Game of the Year awards? Was it everything that you wished for? Was the unboxing everything that you wanted? Was this the year for EGI2? Are we going into 2024 with more awards than we've ever had given out before?
Yes, you absolutely have ring. This is Brett 66, and it is me. What's the Christmas game of the year for 2004?
Oh, wow.
Thank you. I hope all your Christmas miracles come to pass. Such a sweet call. Goodbye. Click.
That's a tough one. I'm gonna have to think about that one for a second.
Okay, I'll let you think. Let's get that back on. I'll let you think. I'll just drink from the cup while you think.
Metroid Prime 2 Echoes?
That's right.
Great. We did it, and we got the Christmas Game Award for 2004, and we are very excited to give that award out. Now we have we're going to take a very quick break, and this time we'll be right back with It's the Arts and Funny Game News.
Yay! Thank you.
And we are back. Are we back, Alan? Are we seeing? Are we? We're back. We're back online. We're back. With the sound is back. The good
We're
is
back.
back.
We're
drink,
back.
Drink from the cup.
Oh.
Make sure to drink from the cup, Alan. That's the
Oh,
cup
it's
of
so
positivity.
good.
That's the manifestation.
What is in
That's
here? It's so good.
It's just it's raw positivity. It's raw
Wow.
holiday cheer. Alan is drinking from the cup, ladies and gentlemen. And
It's
everybody
making me
outside
feel
and in
insane.
between,
It's so good.
those turns. So back to you, Mad Violence. Back to you, 10th of the Truth. Back to you, everybody else. We are going to have a wonderful evening. We have a few more seconds to get through.
Okay.
And that is, of course, the first of that is going to be It's the Arts.
Yay!
The Arts is up.
Wait. I don't remember the music for this. Is there music playing? Sound off in the chat if you hear music. Okay, this is the Arts. Ring, ring. Oh, ring, ring. Back to you. Where's my phone?
It's the Arts. So, Sandwich Patches, it's the Arts.
It's
this is
the
wonderful
Arts.
Caribou Coffee.
Okay.
We talked about Caribou Coffee, of course, on the last stream. It was potential, or one of the streams previous.
Yes.
One of the things that could be done with the frame grind. Frame
Right.
grind sponsorship could be, in fact, a frame grind coffee flavor from Caribou Coffee, Alan.
That's so funny.
It's funny. It's
Ooh,
true.
too much
It's frame-
positivity.
It's frame grind. It's the Arts. Coming to you live from Sandwich Patch. Name of the song is what's the name of the song I just sang? It's the Arts theme song.
Ring, 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 ring.
And that's a pretty good. I think that's pretty good tonally. I think something about the amount of talking that you do kind
Ring,
of hardens
ring.
the throat, gives you some nice solid chords
Ring,
that you can
ring.
work with. Ring ring.
This
It's the
is-
Arts.
This is Grimm's Awakening. Ring, ring. It's
Yeah.
the Arts.
You're on the ETR2 says.
That's
you're
all
on
I
the
wanted
air
to
with
say.
the-
All I
It's
wanted
the
to say was
Arts.
it's the Arts. So
Oh,
spam
that's
the
great.
chat with
So
it.
ring ring to you.
Spam the chat.
Ring ring to you. It's the Arts. Ring ring to you. Grimm's Awakening.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody, sound off in the chat if you're excited about frame grind and the dark roast of the frame grind. I go for medium roast myself, but the frame grind is going to be I think a dark roast actually makes more sense because of the nature of that specific title in terms of the sort of a dark medieval. It's medieval. It's not medieval. It's Great. So next up is, of course, Matt Pierce is
Whoa.
is here with a picture of the stream. I'm thinking stream that I did a couple.
You look great.
About a week and a half ago now, Alan.
And who is
Well,
that?
it was when you and I were still not quite on haven't. It was before I gave you the second stream deck, or didn't give it to you, but before I handed you the second stream deck, wrapped it up, put it over there, and that was something that we did to make sure that we had the content going. We had the content mill going for Twitch for the December 2023 content. So I just sat on the stream for 3 hours and thought, and I did not play Skyrim on the Steam Deck.
Oh, I missed that one. I wasn't watching that one, but I love the art. The art is incredible.
Take a look at that chat. Matt Pierce is of course friend of the show. Matt Pierce, if you're
Subbed with
somebody
Prime.
subscribed with Prime.
Use your Primes.
So use your Prime membership. It's obviously it's a company that we all know is we all know what it is, and we all take our part. We all take our little sips from the company, not from the cup. That's a cup of positivity. That cup of positivity does not get anything but positivity, and is
I didn't mean to drink
for-
from it then.
It's not for the other thing that we were talking about.
Yes.
But let's go ahead and go back.
ring,
to
ring,
SCR.
ring, ring.
Ring, ring. Who
Ring,
is it?
ring.
You're on the air with
Ring,
EGI2.
ring, 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 Robbie. Ring, ring, Allan. Ring, ring. This is hill. Robbie. This is the hill. Was the hill Robbie climbed the other week as pointy as the hill from Lord of the Rings: The Third Age?
It was not a hill. It was a mountain. It was, of course, the Santa Monica Mountains and the beautiful Griffith Park. That's the LA's. That's our mountain in the city. And it was not pointy. It was because the switchbacks kind of cut. So you don't ever have to go up a grade that's too hard. And it's quite a nice walk. I do it regularly. It's nice to go up there at night and review video games. And we will be, of course, reviewing video games outdoors at some point in the future again, since the wild success. And maybe, Alan, you could join me on one of these nighttime excursions to review video games outdoors. How would you like to do that?
If you're asking me to go for a walk with you, the answer is an unequivocal yes. Of course, anytime I would love to go for a walk. A walk with you, anytime.
So thank you from Matt Pierce, friend of the show. Matt Pierce, this is your art, and it's on EGI2 Stream 4.
made it.
Next up, we have
Ring, ring.
Kylie. Kylie, friend of the show. Kylie has, of course,
ring.
done it again with this one. It's Robbie
Ring, ring.
is me. I'm Robbie. I've got the red light on. And Alan is not there. So whenever Alan's not there, we got to turn the light red. Alan,
Ring, ring. I
and
wasn't
we
there for
haven't
that.
quite
Ring.
Figured out exactly what that means in terms of a mythology or a mythos or what do you call it when the myth what's a dogma?
Ring, ring.
Ring, ring. You're on the air with EGI2 Stream 4. Ring, ring, Alan.
Hi, Robbie. Was the view
missed a call
was
from
the view
Santa,
of the
so we
city?
missed a call
Shut up. Was the view of the city as beautiful as the vista seen in 2017's Tumbleweed Park? Back to you, Robbie.
From Tumbleweed Park, Night in the Woods.
I don't know. You'd have to ask the caller. Don't ask me.
Is that from Night in the Woods? First time chat. Bowmore 12 year. Did you all play the new game this year called Allan Ring? That came out in 2000. Well, if the joke is that it's Elden Ring, then that came out in 2000.
The joke is that it's Alan Wake. It's Alan Wake 2, and there's a lot of rain in it. I think
Alan
that
Ring,
Alan
Wake.
Alan Wake.
See, it could be either or. Alan Ring, Alan Wake 2 did come out, but it did not win any awards. We haven't done the 2020. We have to get to the 2000. We have to work our way back forward in time to the 2023 Game of the Year awards.
Ring, ring.
Ring, ring. You're on the air with EGI2.
Hi, this is Bookhouse Bead Boy. Ring, ring. Robbie, how do you feel about the rumors that Kojima's OD is a Silent Hill spinoff?
I love rumors. There's nothing better than a good
Wow.
rumor about Hideo Kojima. They never leave the taste. The taste is yours, you never leave. You get the question and you don't know how to answer it. So we're gonna go back to It's the Arts. Thank you so much, Kylie. This is a beautiful piece of art, of course, with the red light and the ghosts of Allan from the stream 1, 2, and 3 there behind us, much like the ghosts of Christmas past, present, and future, I think you could say, Allan.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you so much for Kylie and It's the Arts. Next up is Joe Botnick.
Wow.
Joe Botnick, friend of the show.
Oh, look who it is.
Hero of Christmas.
Is that Robbie?
He was sailing us from the UK.
Oh my God.
With a EGI2 cosplay.
Look at
where
that.
You're showing not only you got the headlamp, you got the microphone, you got the headlamp, you got the microphone, and you have Vib Ribbon on PlayStation 1 import only Vib Ribbon. I don't know, maybe Vib Ribbon came out in the UK or the EU. I'm not really sure. UK was in the EU back when Vib Ribbon came out.
Cool.
I can tell you that right now. And we will be thanking Joe Botnick
Thank
now.
you.
Joe Botnick in the chat. If you woke up, if you did
Wake
the right
up.
thing, wake up and sound off on Joe Botnick. And it's a wonderful gift, I think, to see somebody like Joe doing that for EGI2, keeping us alive, keeping us going. There's people are excited about Joe Botnick's It's the Arts.
Absolutely, a well-deserved rare win for Joe. Stayed up late into the night,
He gets up early.
Oh, woke up early.
And then he drives
right.
to work. And he
Woke up
stops at-
early, watched EGI2, and said, "I gotta do this." Wrote frame gride on a shirt, and took a photo.
So if you love Joe Botnick and you love EGI2, and
Congrats!
happy holidays.
Happy holidays to Joe, and a big congrats to Joe. You earned it.
Cody W. Breaking news. Cody W. has just sent us a picture of frame gride.
Is that art?
on what I can only assume is some sort of emulator running on a laptop.
Frame gride.
Cody W. This is Cody from Florida. Is that correct?
Cody from Florida. This would be found like appropriation art, where you take sort of like an object, a ready-made object, and you kind of write your name on it. But in the context of It's the Arts, it is art. You display these sort of things in a gallery. Normally, you'd see it on the side of the road and say, that's just junk, that's garbage. But you put this screenshot of frame gride emulator in a gallery setting, and suddenly people go, ooh, who's the artist? And this is so interesting. But it's actually just Cody W. and It's the Arts.
It's the Arts, and this is I'm not sure what emulator this is. Cody, if you're still with us in the chat, then sound off on the emulator that you're using, and get back and tell everybody if you're running that through something like EmuDeck, or I don't know if it wouldn't be EmuDeck because it's not a Steam Deck. I think it's a laptop, Allan.
Okay.
Could be Gleam. Okay. It's the Arts goes forward with another CGI2 watchers on It's the Arts with this wonderful image of Allan and I dancing with,
Oh my
with
God.
a woman that can only be
Who is she?
described as some sort of a sorceress of magic, of electricity, of dance. We're dancing. We're having
This
a
is
great time.
amazing.
It's EGI2 Stream 4. December 21st, so close to Christmas, and what a wonderful gift it is to.
I'm just trying to get a look at that.
What a wonderful gift it is to see. And if you could, while you're over there, just pick up the mini gaming PC and put it up here for the display for in case anybody from Minus Forum sees this mini gaming PC and decides that they would like to send us whatever the next iteration of the NUC XI7. And if you this one. The one in the middle. Great. So CGI2 watcher, thank you so much for this beautiful. It's photoshopped. The heads are cut out. The faces are ours, but the bodies are not. And it's a lot of fun to just look at and see all the wonderful things that you can be in when you all the things that you can be when you decide to take people's faces and put them on different bodies with Photoshop. Allan.
Wow. And I do love that.
Allan, so you're on the case.
Oh my
what
God.
What are you people saying about the EGI2 Stream 4 It's the Arts section? Are they ringing us right now, or are we sort of spinning our jeans?
No ring. No rings. They're talking about Cheryl. Why are you guys talking about her? Don't talk about her.
Don't talk about Cheryl.
We don't want to talk about
We're not
Cheryl.
talking about Cheryl. We're talking about It's the Arts and Hambone Boussi.
Wow.
Hambone Boussi is that sounds almost like a Cajun name, and I'm very excited to see how abstract this is. It's almost like a flag. It's almost like an EGI2 flag.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're
beautiful.
in front of the show, CGI2 Hambone is still going. Friend of the show, CGI2, spinning our jeans. Oh, and everybody, if I look at the chat, I lose my train of thought. I don't know if you have the same issue, Alan, but I often
don't
lose
know.
my train of thought when I'm trying to read the chat. So I need you on the chat.
I'm on the chat.
I need you on the case. Alan's on the case. CGI2 special report about the chat. Okay, let's go forward. Let's go back. It's the arts. Hambone Boosie with this abstract piece. Can't quite see all the text on the background there, but the colors speak for themselves, and the colors, they
beautiful.
look like one of those top-down racers from that Rare would have made for the Nintendo Entertainment System.
I could imagine a car with that kind of graphic on it, zipping around,
Just
zooming
zipping,
and everyone would cheer in the stands when they see the car go by, and then they'd say, "What's EGI2?" And then they'd run to their computers and they'd type in the URL, and they would watch the show and become big fans of the show. Maybe they'd paint their own cars that way, or maybe have a poster of that on their wall.
And maybe they would put, maybe the EGI2 sponsors would send us things that we could show online and then sell later.
Mad Valance says, "Alan's on the case. This blah."
Great, that's a lot of fun. Everyone loves.
Blah,
Blah would be a big hit, and I was right about that. So let's go ahead and hit. It's the arts. Thank you for Hambone.
Ring.
Next up is this is a good one. Giovanni H. And Giovanni, if you're still in the chat, I'm not sure if I'm saying the name right, but Giovanni H has gone ahead and made another example of how sponsorship will work once we do get paid sponsors in. Once we do get paid sponsors on EGI2.
I think I get it.
So if you look at that, you see it's a table. It's a table. So we got a table. So we do have that. So the next thing that we need is the mini gaming PC, another Stream Deck, because I don't want to use my Stream Deck.
Stream Deck
up here, a retro gaming handheld and a pile of money.
Okay.
Alan needs that. Okay, so if you can dream it, you can do it. Says Danny Laundry. Danny Laundry, absolutely. Alan, go ahead.
Alan needs an
put your
OLED
dream
Steam
in the
Deck.
cup and take a sip.
Joe Biden says I'm on a Steam Deck, an OLED.
Oiled up Steam Deck.
He got me one.
Thank you, Joe
A
Botnick, for buying
Steam
Alan
Deck.
a Steam for giving a gift. The gift that Joe Botnick has given us is, of course, his body dressed up like a friend of the show, as Robbie, as me on EGI2 Stream 4. So next up, of course, it is the Nacho Cheese 3. It's Nacho Cheese's 3 is their own spreadsheet.
Oh.
And let's go ahead and take a quick look at that spreadsheet to see what's been going on the Nacho Cheese spreadsheet since we last checked in.
Let's take a look. Oh wow! Let me just kind of get a good look at that there. You could take a look. I'm trying to see it. It's a little hard.
Oh, it's the arts.
Oh, I'll do it. Shoot. Oh, there we go. So take a look. Don't forget the mic. I'm trying to read it. It's still so dang hard to read.
So of course, based on that spreadsheet, Nacho Cheese 3 is far and away hitting that mark of $1 per 1 hour of gameplay. So congratulations to Nacho Cheese 3, wherever you may be, because the spreadsheet that you've got looks great. Absolutely would like to see more spreadsheets from more people, and preferably we find a way to actually be able to see the spreadsheet for ourselves, so we can only really look at it closely and then come back to the table to check it out. But thank you for that, Nacho Cheese 3. It's the arts.
Thank you.
Next up, Jan Redmond.
Wow, look at
this
that.
beautiful.
Beautiful.
Kind of like a Matisse or a Van Gogh, as I believe the Dutch people actually say it is. It's not go, it's Gogh.
This is Van Gogh. Ow.
Great. Thank you so much, Jan Redmond. Look, it kind of looks like almost as if it was drawn on the side of a rock, maybe etched in, and then you mixed your own pigments and you rubbed it into the grooves on the rock with the etching and the gooding, and the strokes are there. It's textural, it's real, it captures the essence of the thing. And if you can see Nacho Cheese's 3 spreadsheet peeking out from behind, we still haven't forgot about Nacho Cheese's 3 spreadsheet, so maybe we'll post that somewhere. Later on, so people get a closer look at that, because that is an impressive spreadsheet with all those numbers and all of those costs.
I really hurt my tooth, Robbie.
Wow. EGI 2 is in EGI Stream 4 is break time. Kimball Anderson, of course, is it. Wait.
I really hurt my tooth.
Jan Redmond, again, looking good.
I
Looking
can't
very
get it
good.
out. Ow! I need a toothpick. Did you have a toothpick? What's someone texting you? What is that?
People are someone who doesn't realize the show is still going on is routinely texting me with tips on how the sound could work. But unfortunately, the show is still going on, and we must turn off the sound of the phone so that we.
Ow, my tooth! God. Does it sound bad?
Doesn't it sounds everything is working fine except for the fact that we do not have any music. It's the arts. Thank you so much, Jan Redmond. Slide forward to, of course, Catherine from Philadelphia. Catherine gives us this wonderful look at what it would be like if I was picked up and carried away by an actual frame from Frame Guide.
Wow.
And Allan, what's going on with you there?
I got a thing on my tooth. It hurts like hell. I can't get it out, and there's nothing sharp in here. I need a toothpick. Do you have any?
Try. You got one of these?
No.
Okay. Well, Allan's got a popcorn analyst. He's been eating too much popcorn. He's the popcorn on the strings, of course, is a thing that people think about when they think about Christmas. But when they think about EGI2 Stream 4, they think about this art from Catherine from Philadelphia, looking so good. Ring ring, was there an OSHA violation?
Ring.
Sandwich really wants to know about the OSHA violation, huh?
Ring,
okay,
ring.
well, let's see about that when we go to our next slide, which is Kimball Anderson. This is beautiful, of course, another example of kind of a brushwork, a kind of a splashing and a thing of a color, a splash of color, the essence of the thing. It's not just a representation of the thing itself. It is a representation of a feeling. It's a representation of the emotions behind the act of going up on top of a mountain in the woods, in the night, outside, and reviewing video games like Jurassic Park Rampage Edition. And it's beautiful from Kimball Anderson. Again, this is one of the darkest images that we have on EGI2 Stream 4's It's the Arts, and it's it shows a kind of commitment to the EGI2 stream that we do have.
It's so pretty.
And we do try to bring to every time that we get up on camera, every time that we come into your homes, into your lives, and ask you for your attention. We want you to look at us and see and feel something like what this image here feels.
We have the best fans in the world. They see it.
The best
wow.
fans, including Laurel and Leak.
Laurel and Leak, friend of the show.
On It's the Arts, of course,
Beautiful.
wonderful example of the type of content you can expect when you subscribe and when you follow EGI2, twitch.tv/EGI_2.
That is so nice.
And all of the type of thing you can see thinking, you can see outdoor game reviews, and you can see close-ups of spreadsheets, and many other things besides.
It's an artist's show. Artists love EGI2. They are inspired by EGI2, and they are inspired to make art and to share their art. And so we've built a wonderful community, a beautiful community of artists. So this is the sort of like the salons of the early 1900s in New York City, where they would show off their arts, and it is an incredible honor to be seen in this way. So thank you to Laura Lynn and to all of the wonderful artists of It's the Arts. It's the Arts.
And Laura Lynn actually sent us another one. And
oh
this
my
is another
God!
Example of the type of content that you get to see on EGI2
quite
with
beautiful.
the outdoor
It
game
is quite
reviews, with
beautiful.
the red light. And the red light, this one, of course, is blossoming. It's a blossoming red light because the fog and the moistures and the thing that causes light to be diffused and smeared in the image, and of course the lower frame rate on the camera than exists in real life. And of course, you're the frame rate expert, Allan. So why don't you go ahead and tell us a little bit about that?
About frame rate or about lens flare? This is more of an image depicting lens flare in quite a beautiful romantic way, and I think it would make a beautiful colored shirt or something. Laura Lynn Leak designed the original EGI shirt, which is now the property of Adult Swim. We don't own the rights to that, but maybe this new drawing could make a new shirt. If we had any way to monetize EGI2, I think we could maybe hire Laura Lynn Leak. We could license this image and sell it because it is it is beautiful. And I could see that just growing in a garden. Maybe a flower would grow with the image of Robbie with his headlamp. That would be an interesting garden of all flowers. Maybe that's an idea someone could run with, a garden of Robbie blooming flowers with these blooming colors. Thank you so much to the wonderful artists of EGI2.
And thank you for all those words, Allan. There were a lot of them, and I couldn't possibly have consumed everything and listened to them properly, but I could tell that you were speaking. So next up is, of course, Pollen Pod. Pollen Pod with a beautiful line drawing of Allan and Robbie of EGI2 having fun, doing the show. Allan's looking closely. Robbie
Look
is
at that.
I try to
Another
project. I do try to project upward. Ring ring. What is more romantic
Ring,
than
ring,
J.J.
ring.
Abrams lens? I don't know what that.
Ring, ring, ring,
What
ring.
is
What is more romantic?
J.J.
JJ lens flares.
Hawaii
EGI2
sandwiches
lens flares?
saying a lot of confusing things to me, and I will continue on with It's the Arts.
Wow.
From Pollen Pod. Next up is
I love it. Oh, what is
Star
that?
Song, also known as something else.
What do we have there?
Star
Some
Song
sort of legal document?
it is a example of an OSHA violation.
OSHA violation,
So,
right.
yeah, eggs on my face for the second time. First time was eggy on the face was when I referred to cold fear as deep fear, and now the second time, of course, is with the OSHA violation. That is a kind of a conversation starter if you get an OSHA violation, Allan.
What kind of a conversation would that start?
Well,
Like
get
a legal
conversation
conversation?
regarding the use of potential the conversation that would start if you had your representation in house.
Can we go back to that previous image that had me close and you far away? I want to see that one again.
Okay, let's see backwards. Pollen Pod.
It's beautiful.
Beautiful line drawing.
Beautiful.
And then
I
this
love
one
that.
is a nasty bit of business that someone is put together, but it's not obviously. If someone were to send this to OSHA, then I think that we would have an OSHU, like issue, but with OSH.
That's so good. Did you
Thanks.
just come up with
came
that?
up with that on the spot. There's and this
It's
is the kind of
incredibly
breaking
funny.
news that you can expect from CI2. And now that we've got the last one for It's the Arts. This is the last It's the Arts for this amazing 4-hour-long stretch of EGI2 stream.
Send your arts,
So
and if we missed your arts, we're
art to us.
sorry.
We'll always find a way to put it onto the show.
Email your art to electronicgameinformation@gmail.com. We don't own the right to that name, but that is the email address. It's just a coincidence that it sounds like something else. If you're just tuning in, if you're first time watcher, this is a segment of EGI_2 where people love us so much that they've spend their time not being with loved ones, but alone on an iPad, just doodling and drawing us, and then they send it in, which we do appreciate. It does feel good to be seen.
It does feel good to be seen. It feels good to be represented. It feels good to be shown, and we've tried to really get through as much if not all of the art for It's the Arts, which is a big part. Well, I think a big part of what makes the EGI2 so much like the previous show, in that we really want other people's work to be showcased, especially when it's pictures of us.
Absolutely. I think us exploiting other people's works or profiting off of other people's works when they depict us is a wonderful thing. To be clear, I'm not making any profit off of this. I don't get paid. The most I've gotten is a little tiny just access to use this little stream deck.
And you can use the cup.
And the cup which I did drop. And I just want to give a little update because we're not playing games on this stream, but I do want to give a little update. Our viewers have dipped below 100 for the first time all night, so that's pretty good. But I think maybe people are getting a little tired. 4 hours is a very long time to be doing this sort of a content.
Everybody, Mossy Link, Ring Ring, Allan and Robbie, I love everybody on the show and on the chat. So let's go ahead and wrap.
They love us.
We're wrapping up
We
It's
love
the
you
Arts,
too, thank
and
you.
we're going to go ahead and shout, and
Ring, ring.
It's getting a little difficult to speak, isn't it, Allan?
It is. The longer we go, the longer we spend in this hot studio, the tireder we get, the slower we speak, the lower our voices get, and the harder it becomes.
I think if you took that shirt off, you'd feel a lot more comfortable, Allan.
Okay, but my mic is on it, but I will take it off.
We could speak into. Oh, okay, so we're gonna go ahead and do. Okay, main scene. Allan camera. He's taking the shirt off so he can get more comfortable. We can get through, of course, what people are waiting for. People are very excited about this because it was such a hit on last stream that it would be hard to funny. Now that's funny video game.
Back up to 100
That's
viewers.
funny video
We've
games.
regained
It's hard to see
the
online.
trust of the community. We're back up to over 100 viewers.
Thank you for the community. Thank you for the 100 plus, and we are of course now gonna be getting into that's funny video game news, the funny video game news segment that makes people roll around on the floor with delight and laughter as the funny video game news is of course being read out live on EGI2 Stream 5. We get the funny video game news is as follows. The funny video game news is interesting facts and tidbits about video games, but as being spoken by the newsmakers of the modern world. So let's go ahead and hit the first one with the funny video game news is
Ring. Oh.
okay. Funny video game news starts now with Devil May Cry 5. Devil May Cry 5. If you want to get a if you want to hype train cone, Devil May Cry is the one to do. Alan, what do you think of it? You see Devil May Cry, you're having fun already.
Yes.
We're already doing a very. We're already
It's super funny,
making
Robbie.
Alan laugh. He's having so much fun. Keep the chat going. Keep the live going. That's funny video game news. With Devil May Cry 5
How does he
being
do this?
the first
Whoa, okay.
of many funny video game news slides for this EGI2 Stream 4. Devil May Cry 5, of course, is in the news, Alan, because of the current Taiwanese president Tsai Ing-wen said the game is too long and confusing. And of course, this is the current Prime Minister Tsai Ing-wen, because she I believe that she is being termed out of office this year, and so she is looking for a replacer from her own party, someone from the left-leaning. I think it's the Democratic People's Party. Alan.
Ring.
Ring, 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 ring. That's the funny video game news for Devil May Cry 5 was that it was Tsai Ing-wen, the Taiwanese president, the current Taiwanese president, who will be finishes up her final term this year for a replacement. She'll probably now that she's got some extra time on her hands, she'll probably be looking at new video games to play, and she will be maybe thinking about not playing Devil May Cry 5 because it's too long and too confusing, and I have to agree with her. Next up is, of course, is Dread Delusion. Dread Delusion is in the news, Alan.
Yes, ring. Ring. Do we take call? Are you taking calls, Robbie?
We're not taking calls right now.
Ring.
We're just doing
It's a
the
call.
funny video game news. We'll do some calls after we finish.
Okay, but we're gonna lose. This
funny
one's really
video game
funny.
news
I'm gonna
slides.
lose it. Shoot.
Dread Delusion is in the news, Alan, and you want to know why?
Yes.
So because Mayor of Paris, France, Mayor Anne Hidalgo said, "I just get a lot of fun just picturing different things about this game I don't even know yet." And I think what a wonderful thing to think about on this during this holiday season, because
That's awesome.
Jinx Helican, take my call, Robbie. We'll take the call after we do the funny video game news slides that we made. And
Well,
then
I
we'll
might
be reaching
lose
out
the
to get
call.
more funny video
I might
game
lose the call. I'm
news
just gonna
there
read it.
out in the chat.
Ring. Hi, it's Jinx again. Hey, Robbie. Who do you think is hotter, Chun-Li from Street Fighter with her sensual kicks, or Lara Croft with her blocky bits, or Kirby with that mouth action? Back to you. It was
We
I think
don't
it was
talk
a
about
prank.
Kirby. We don't talk about.
I think it was a
we're not
prank
talking-
call.
They're not
I
in
shouldn't
the
have
news.
read that.
Red
Shoot.
Delusion is in the news because this fantastic, exciting-looking open world
Shoot.
Western CRPG coming to you from that's in Steam Early Access as we speak it has been mentioned by the Mayor of Paris, Anne Hidalgo, and thank you to Anne Hidalgo for all the work that you're doing with bike lanes. Next up, Kingdom Come Deliverance is in the news, Alan. And that's never a good sign, is it?
I can't believe it was a prank call. No, never good news when that's
Kingdom Come Deliverance is in it.
no, that's we're in for trouble.
So why is Kingdom Come Deliverance in the news, Alan? Well, you never guess it, because Kingdom Come Deliverance is in the news because the UK Home Secretary James Cleverly has said, he was on camera saying, I thought it was a different game, and then he said, hold on a moment, and then he left. He left the conference to go find out which game he thought Kingdom Come Deliverance was. But it was, in fact, not Kingdom Come. He was thinking that it was going to be Kingdom. He was going to be thinking it was Kingdoms Under Fire Crusaders.
That's so funny.
That's the funny video game news you can always expect.
Oh
if
my
you come to
God.
EGI2, you can. It will always the
Yes.
news is funny. We're asking for money. We're not asking for money for nothing. We're asking for money so we can keep bringing you the funniest video game news there is.
Yep.
From newsmakers, I think you could say, Allan, like James Cleverly, the UK Home Secretary. Next up is Factorio. Factorio is obviously just
Busy.
funny. Just a
It's
funny,
just crazy
funny game to
looking.
look at. Looks crazy. Obviously, Allan is already besides himself with laughter.
I don't
when
even
he
know how
sees
I would start to
Factorio.
play a game like
But,
Factorio. It's so
Factorio
crazy.
is, of course, a kind of a building game. It's a fun game. It's a big game. It's got a lot of moving parts, and it's in the funny video game news today because
Here it
you
comes.
never guessed it, but Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk
Uh-oh.
says Factoria is a game about building and crafting automated factories to produce items of increasing complexity. Within an infinite world, you could use your imagination to design your factory, combine simple elements into ingenious structures, and finally protect it from creatures that don't really like you. And that is, of course, funny video game news from the Polish Prime Minister. I think I called him Polish President Donald Tusk. And Donald Tusk, of course, surprise winner of that poll that came out that was earlier that year in Poland. A lot of people thought that Andrzej Duda's party would kind of romp through like they've always been doing these last.
It was a
since
big
2010.
upset, big
So
problem,
it's a big upset for
big
Donald
problem.
Tusk, and we're glad
No.
that Poland is clawing its way back towards the I think you could easily say some semblance of the post-war consensus.
I disagree. Back to you, Robbie.
Back to you, Allan, and back to you, and congratulations to you, Donald Tusk, on your unexpected win. If Donald Tusk had come up in 2005, then I think Donald Tusk would have won an award.
How do you do that?
That's just the kind of content that we do here, and the kind of content that we describe that we do here.
Right.
So forward on to Ghostwire Tokyo, and
What are you going to do with this
was,
one?
of course, one of those games that a lot of people talked about when it came out. And they said, "What in the Jesus is going on with Ghostwire Tokyo?" And guess what? Who thought also there was something going on with Ghostwire Tokyo? It's the Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, who said, "Fascinating premise, great presentation, but so on some significant gameplay fundamentals, and gets a 6.5 out of 10."
Oh my God.
That's hilarious.
It sounds like something you would say.
It sounds like something Sheikh Hasina would say on EGI2's Funny Video Game News. And these are the Funny Video Game News segments that we're always glad to be able to share with you people. And now let's go check in the chat and say what the Funny Video Game News is from the rest of the world. Allan.
Ring.
We need you here. We need Allan on the
Ring.
This is Allan, an EGI2 special report. Allan's on the case with the Funny Video Game News chat.
Ring. Kawai. I can't say the name. Ring. What are your thoughts on ghosts? Are you afraid of ghosts? Oh, ring, Robbie and Allan.
EGI2, you're on the air.
Oh, it's a joke. It's a joke from Joe Botnick.
Joke from Joe Botnick.
Ring. Hey, Robbie. Oh, should I do the voice?
When I'll do the voice.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
Hello. No, I can't do it. Ring.
Well, he's more of a. He's
more like a Liverpool kind of look.
Well,
Ooh, what's all this?
East side.
It's kinda like a-
Or I think.
Ooh.
Joe Botnick would know. He's the one
Robbie.
who actually probably.
What's all this? Oh. I'm sorry about that. This
Okay.
feels problematic. Let me just read it.
Would
Ring.
not have become a socialist without Pikmin on the GameCube. He was saying that the newsmaker,
What are you doing?
former labor leader Jeremy
Corbyn, ex-Labor
who was, of course,
Labor
turfed
Party
out of-
leader,
out of his platform.
asked about Pikmin
placed
game.
in
Let me
power
read it.
by the current
Let me
labor
do-
leader,
let-
Keir Starmer.
Let me do the question.
Okay.
Robbie.
Yes.
Ring. Robbie and Allan.
You're on the air with
This is
EGI2's
Joe.
What's
I'm
the
up-
funny
I'm
video
up
game
late.
news from the world.
I have a joke. When Jeremy Corbyn, the ex-Labor Party leader, was asked about Pikmin on GameCube, he said, "I would not have become a socialist without Pikmin on the GameCube."
That's pretty. That's funny video game news. That's the kind of
That's
funny
so
video game
good.
news
Thank
that
you, Joe. Thank you for your
can
call.
you can always expect.
We can
from
always count on
EGI2.
you.
That's funny video game news. We have any other funny video game news coming in from the chat? That's pretty funny stuff. Joe Botnick.
People want Joe to have.
coming from
People
a
are
Brit that
encouraging
knows
Joe.
that dry British humor is what keeps the world turning on its heels, because you can never expect what kind of a jab you're going to get from one of those Tommies.
Classic British humor, which we love so very much. People are encouraging Joe to start his own show.
So we got
Ring.
got another ring.
Ring.
You're on the air with
Santa here.
EGI2 funny video game.
Ring. Santa Claus. Santa here It's actually Turbozorger.
Turbozorger.
Santa here. 'Tis the season. Do you think the Grinch would work well with Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monk's multi-directional combat system?
So the way that the funny video games would work would be that you would have a picture of Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks, and then you would have then you switch to another slide, and then it would be that same picture from Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks, but then it would be Santa Claus, and then Santa Claus would say, what was the thing?
Do you think the Grinch would work well with the Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks multi-directional combat system?
He wouldn't ask it a question. He would just say it.
Ring ring.
I think that's the key to the funny video game news. So Santa's saying something about how great the multi-directional fighting system in Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks are. Of course, 2000 Game of the Year award on EGI2 Stream 4.
Ring 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 ring.
Ring ring ring
Ring
ring.
ring ring ring. Hi Robbie. Singalese president Macky Sall said, "I've never actually played Mass Effect 2, but I've heard great things."
Now that's funny. That is funny video game news from CGI2.
Oh my God,
watcher.
that's so
CGI2
good.
watcher gets it. We
get
do
it.
have some great. That is the funniest. That's some funny video game news from the
Ring,
outside
ring.
world. Let's get a couple more funny video game news segments
Ring ring ring
in here.
ring.
Maybe we can get it.
A call or ring ring?
Call, you're on the air with EGI2 Stream 4.
Hi Robbie, it's Maisie from the UK. I'm calling with a funny video game news. President of the North Pole, Santa Claus, announced that he will be gifting copies of Frame Fridge to everyone on the good list this Christmas.
So what the sandwich is calling from the fridge again?
Santa's calling from sandwich is calling from the fridge again.
Santa
Leftover
Claus
ritual.
says that he's going to give everyone. So is that funny video game news?
I don't
Alan?
know.
I can't quite tell if it's funny video game news.
Confused
It's been a long night, so we have to really think about if it's funny video game news or not. I think that it's close to funny video game news, but maybe it was Santa Claus was saying that something about the specific mechanics of Frame Gride that he liked so much that he wanted to give every copy of give out.
Should it be Santa or should it be someone real?
So, or it could be probably maybe not Santa Claus, but if you think about what a bearded character from world events, from a newsmaker, bearded guy, who we were talking about, the Ignacio Lula da Silva. Saying,
that would be funny.
I played Frame Gride and I loved it so much that I decided to give copies of Frame Gride to everybody in Brazil. Video game news. So next up, of course, is more ring ring. Former George Bush. This is him saying it. So
former President George Bush.
That's pretty good.
Dark Souls 1 is the best Souls game. But Dark Souls 3 is the most fun.
So do it again, Alan?
Okay. It would be like this. Ring, 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 ring. Hey, Robbie, it's former President George W. Bush. Dark Souls 1 is the best Souls game, but Dark Souls 3 is the most fun.
All right, and that would be funny video game news. That's hilarious. That's
I got another
fantastic,
one.
Funny
Ring,
video
ring, ring.
game
Hi,
news
Robbie
from
and
a
Allan.
newsmaker like George W. Bush. We have another one.
Ring, 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 ring. Hi, Robbie and Allan. Toronto Mayor Olivia Chow is quoted as saying her favorite map on DayZ is Namsal because it's Christmas.
Namalsk.
So
the
Christmas
joke
all
there
year.
would be you would show a picture of the Namalsk map from DayZ, and then you switch over to the second slide, and it would be a PNG, a transparent background PNG of the mayor, the Madam Mayor from Toronto, and she would be saying that whenever I play DayZ, I choose Namalsk, and that would be funny video game news. And that's and we have a couple more attempts for funny video game news coming from the chat, Alan.
No, that was it.
Okay, great. So let's one more shout out to our EGI2 Stream 4 sponsor. EGI2 EGI2 is sponsor. EGI2 is. Stream 4 is sponsored by Frame Gride or whoever decides to give us money. It is sponsored by Mini Gaming Desktops.
If anyone is watching in the Frame Gride or the mini desktop space, please just message us. We will work out a deal that will be to your liking.
Beneficial. We'll do unboxing. We had a great time unboxing all the wires in the box and the skull PC, and people loved it. Alan, people love to see EGI2's spawn. Oh, we do have one more from Mexico. Former President Vicente Fox
says the favorite thing about Arkham Asylum was the part
do
where
it in Vicente Fox's voice.
Is that sort of a Mexican voice? Is that sort
it's up to you.
I'm just going to do it in the George W. Bush again.
Okay, do it in the George W. Bush. This just in. Breaking news. No one else is talking about this. Breaking news. No one else is talking about this. Alan is in the voice of Vicente Fox, the former president of Mexico, who oversaw the escalation of the drug war.
Yes.
And the militarization of the police in the creation of a national police force in Mexico.
But I will be doing it as George W. Bush, as former president. Hey, Robbie, this is former President Vicente Fox. My favorite thing about the Arkham Asylum game was the part where he thought the PS3 was burning. Back to you.
That's pretty funny. That's funny.
Back to you, Robbie.
That one, I wasn't expecting that one. Of course, Vicente Fox being the tragic figure that he became, I was not expecting it to be as funny video game news as that. And that is, of course, that's the funny video game news. That's all. I think the sign off for this one is now that's all the funny video game news that's fit to
joke about.
Well, I was going to say to print, but then we don't have a printer, so
no,
it's just
to talk
so we
about.
didn't get to the. We didn't. Do we get to give this away, Alan? Do we get to 1,000 followers yet?
We have 865 followers, so we are not. If the Christmas miracle has not happened,
Scandal unfortunately stays with us in
unless
studio
a last-minute Christmas miracle.
Until Christmas not true Christmas, because
there's still a chance. We're still on air. We're still on air for a little bit longer, so we're going to get a hopefully last-minute Christmas miracle. Back to you, Robbie.
Back to you, Alan.
Ring, ring.
And you'll notice, of course, Alan, that we are not going to be doing the list tonight.
Oh, yes. The list is, and I stand in, even though I'm back in studio, I am standing in strong solidarity with the list, who is still on strike, James, who is still on strike with his family and having a wonderful Christmas with his family, and Luke, who is still on strike. I've worked out a deal, and I will honor that deal. That deal was that I would come back to work for Robbie in lieu of money. I'd be getting access to my own stream deck during the hours of the show. But the list is still on strike, so we're not doing lists, and it's I think a good use of labor power to stay strong. Just because I got my little piece of the pie here doesn't mean the list should just cave. Send your support for the list. Spam the chat with list emojis, and let the list know that we love the list. We missed the list, and we just hope that a fair deal is reached between Robbie and the list.
Back to you, Alan, and thank you for that wonderful thoughts. And I do realize that you were required to say that due to OSHA regulations about the potential unionization of the list.
We love the list.
We love the list,
and we hope for a fair resolution.
We will hopefully be looking for a resolution and looking for a proper, equitable, perhaps a third stream deck for the list.
I think that worked for me, so try that. I think the list might go for that. I think maybe something where like they get to push some of the buttons on the stream deck whenever they add an item to the list. Maybe like a fun graphic that pops up. But this is between you and the negotiating team over at the list, and I don't want to bargain on air.
Back to you, Alan, and thank you for that. And we are reaching the end of our EGI2 stream.
Great.
This is the longest stream that we've done yet, including some of the. This is the longest stream that we've done. It was. I don't know if it was the correct use if we should have done it, because the human body is capable of only exerting so much energy when it is asked to sit and speak nonsensically and rapidly. So I wanted to, this being, of course, the final stream before Christmas Day, I thought I would end with, rather than end on a, I wanted to read this because this was a letter that someone sent us from that was emailed to electronicgameinformation@gmail.com that I was going to read online, but no one else was talking about this letter, especially because we forgot to read it. So this is breaking news. The letter has been found, and we're going to read it live here as part of our Christmas farewell to everyone who has stayed with us and watched it. And this is from Joshua, and I won't say the last name because usually people want a handle or something like that, and you don't want to give anyone in trouble. Hello. This is from Joshua. This is Joshua's voice. So sorry to bother you again, but I just finished watching your emergency broadcast and was the last caller before you guys signed off. I just wanted to say thank you so much for bringing the show back. Well, it's not back, but I understand your meaning. I know it's not all been Smooth Criminal by Michael Jackson, a cultural reference there, but I know a lot of people, including me, are happy to have you guys back. When we see and appreciate you guys putting in all this effort, and we'll be here through the technical difficulties and the nice, cool, good times. Like I said, you guys inspired me to make a spreadsheet and have shown me so many new games that I've come to love, as well as creatively inspiring me to make things. This show is up there with Always Sunny and On Cinema at the Cinema to me, which is quite
that is so nice.
A pantheon,
Thank
if you ask me.
Comparing us to real shows, thank you.
Comparing us to real shows with real budgets and real writers and actual talent. The show is up there with Always Sunny and Cinema and always will be. Remember, the wind blows hardest the closest you get to the mountaintop. I may not be super savvy when it comes to streaming stuff, but I'm willing to help whenever I can, and if nothing else, I'm happy to show my support. Keep on keeping on. As someone who's been through some rough spots, your show has pushed me through, and it's reminded me not to get over life struggles, but to get through them. The beginning of a creative undertaking can be difficult, but if the thing is fulfilling and brings you happiness, then that difficulty will pale in comparison to the overwhelming joy you'll feel once you guys are where you want to be. I believe in you. Be safe and be well. And thanks for bringing a smile to this fella's face. Josh from Pennsylvania.
That is so nice. Thank you so much. That was one of the nicest letters I've ever even heard. That was incredibly nice.
This has been quite the process of figuring out how to make EGI2 Stream 4 work. It didn't quite work, but we did our best. We pushed as many buttons as there were available to us. We twilled as many twilled as many dials as there possibly were available to us as near the button, because the dials are near the buttons. But the fact of the matter is that I'm so grateful to everyone for sticking through us and seeing how we could make this into I hope a rewarding experience for everybody. I feel like I say this at the end of every stream, but it is meaningful to me to always say it. It means so much that people are willing to sit with us, be patient with us as we work out all of the little issues and big issues that make EGI2 such utter chaos.
Absolutely, and I'm just proud of Robbie. I'm proud that he's been able to persevere even in all the challenges without having producer James here or producer Luke or the list. He still was able to put on a hell of a show, and even though it sounded crazy and weird for a long time, he nailed a big guest, got a world-class interview, and I'm just happy to be near Robbie. I don't care what he ever does to me.
And also, sorry, we forgot to give out Steam keys. Merry Christmas, everybody. We'll see you again soon. Look for news on our schedule. Our schedule is always changing, but we'll be doing stuff coming into the new year, and hopefully some surprises before then. Allan?
Thank you so much. Thank you for staying up late in London and England and all over the world, watching us, spamming the chat with little emojis and stuff, and it's just a great use of time. So thank you, and thank you, Robbie, for the Stream Deck.
The Stream Deck stays in the studio. Merry Christmas, everybody.